7. And we will also be doing a 2-table redraw as well when we hit 2 tables. Actually, wait, no, we will not be doing a 2-table redraw. Just kidding.
50, 75,
All right, 50K, 75K, 75K, big blind Annie, shuffle up and deal.
Here we go, boys. No shame in folding to the big one.
Good luck.
There it is. The begging. I love it. I just said no shame. I didn't ask.
My big has aged.
Look at that nice hair he's got.
I know, right?
You would love to have that. I know I would. Got a foot off. Damn.
Party started.
Let's do it. Gotta get everybody to follow suit.
Player 7 will follow.
Somebody had a record.
Yep.
8 and 9 both full.
Ruined it. I know. It was just perfect. Everybody was following like we were supposed to. No fun party guy. Yeah. It was good, man.
I didn't even really have to do anything to have a good time, guys. I like it. It did. How much time do you have in
Who has to go off the table first?
Can you take that pointy end? Can you take that pointy end?
blinds are up next hand. Last chance, 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 big blind ante. Next hand.
Didn't look so good for equal. If it'd been suited, I would have been dead.
I already did it all. It's trash now. Yep. Okay, I am back, guys. KL3 back in commentary here after a nice little nap during this dinner break. Looks like I might have missed a few hands here since returning. We are down to the final 27 players. Looks like 26 players now here in the RPT Casino State Championship. Everybody guaranteed $1,070. All the way up to a first place prize, $41,300 with a $10,700 WSOP main event package for a total of $52,000. That's what the champion is winning here tonight. 27 very talented poker players remain, 3 tables. Who is it going to be? As we see Harry Schlecht open with ace-3 and Sam Fandrick pick up pocket queens. Harry going to fold that one. We're still playing 50K, 75K blinds.
Remember, I'm taking 2 for 2.
Whoa. Wow. I was just saying that. I wasn't talking about school. That escalated quick. Yeah, I already played 2. I was enjoying the ride. Planning on when you're getting out the door.
Harry all in with 6s. In good shape if he gets looked up by Sam, who has pocket 5s. Curtis Beloki under the gun with ace jack. Looks like he's going to raise to 250,000. Steve Belland on the button here, 8-4 of clubs. Harry in the small blind. Pocket fours, he's all in for 1.1 million. I think he's going to get called here by Curtis. No, just enough Harry had for Curtis to think better of it. We can see that Harry had the best hand. Curtis not looking to flip with the ace-jack just yet, and Harry Schlecht going to rake in those chips. So thank you once again, guys, for watching. Happy New Year's. It is 5 hours and 16 minutes away real time from 2024. We'll see if this tournament wraps up by then, but by the way things are going, we definitely could go past that midnight mark. There are almost 40 million chips in play total. Pocket tens for Nick Boyum. He's all in for his last 300,000. That is 4 bigs. Steve in the cutoff.
Looks like Miles found ace queen, but he ran into rockets right next door. Flop comes 10, 3, 6. He can't get running hearts. He's running queen, queen, or running king, jack. Turns to 6. That will not do it. Blinds are up in the main event now. Next hand, 50,100.
Looks like Steve going to slide in the call there for 300 with ace deuce of clubs. Curtis gets out of the way, so here we go for Nick's tournament life. He's got pocket tens. Ace deuce of clubs for Steve. Nick in a good spot here to get back to 800K, which is now 8 big blinds if he can dodge the ace or the clubs.
Nick is all in here on the feature table. He's got pocket tens. He's up against ace deuce of clubs for Steve Bellin.
Wow, and that is not dodging the aces or the clubs. 2 aces on the flop. One of his tens has been folded. He needs the 10 of clubs or he is whamboozled. So that'll do it for Nick. Steve flops trip aces, turns into the nut flush, and we are down to 25 remaining.
Once again, you guys should be on 50K, 100K, 100K big blind ante.
I folded ace nine. Of course, comes ace ace and then runs up.
That's a good one.
Still good. Still here.
Okay. Nice. I don't like when this is fight at all.
And it looks like we are down to 24 or 23 just by popping out in the outer room there. A lot of tough players left in this thing. Paul Jane is on the outer table, still in there. Let me just read these names off to you. I just made a post on Facebook here. We just lost Nick Boyum, but the feature table, Sam Fondrick, Steve Belland, Harry Schlecht, Keith Rickford, Curtis Boloki, Chad Weldon, Josh Dukeshire, and Sonny Lehman. On the outer table, number 2, Eric Beam. He just busted. I saw him eliminated here about 10 minutes ago. Aaron Rapp, Cash Mitchell, Robert Urbach, Leo Leclerc, Lyle Bigler, Paul Johnson, Jimmy Hadley, and Paul Jane. And on the third table, we have Will Hall, Kerry Yoder, Seth Hillerin, Josh Unruh, Henry Anderson, Alex Molberg, Masaki Ova, Matt Johnson, and Miles Torgerson. Those are your remaining players, now down to, I believe, 23. One of them is going to be the RPT Casino State Champion for a record-breaking payout of $52,000. Incredible stuff. Chad Weldon all in with ace queen. Curtis Boloki's got king queen. Curtis, did he make the call there? Looks like he did. He's doing something. So Curtis does call. Chad in great shape to double up if he can avoid disaster here to get himself back to 2.1 million. Here we go. 6-7-3 all clubs. Chad's got the clubs covered. He's got to fade 2 kings now, a king of spades or a king of hearts.
All clubs. Great flop for Chad is he's got the ace of clubs, so he just has to avoid a king of hearts or a king of spades.
8 of spades is a safeguard. Here comes the river for his tournament. 4 of clubs, yeah, nut flush for Chad Weldon. Back to 2.1 million, 21 big blinds. From the part-time RPT dealer, RPT grinder, Chad Weldon there out of Mandan, North Dakota.
Will Hall.
He's been dealing RPT for a decade plus. And he has got a lot of RPT final tables and wins under his belt. Looking for the biggest one yet here tonight. Sonny on the short stack. He's going to be in the big blind next hand. He needs to catch some fire quickly. Harry Schlecht picking up a monster. Ace Queen of Diamonds in the hijack.
We talked about making notes of that. We talked about it. So much for that maneuver.
Looks like he's going to move it all in for $1.5 million.
Pretty fair. He turned it to a call.
Wow, Dukeshire picks up 9s and slides it in there. And he's going to flip it out for his tournament life. Similar stacks here. 9s for Duke. Ace Queen of Diamonds for Harry.
All in. He's got 9s up against Ace Queen of Diamonds for Harry Schlecht. Queen in the window.
Oh boy.
Ace two pairs.
Josh needs big time help.
9 are running King 10 to chop it. Here's a 4. Josh needs a black 9 on the river. 6 on the river.
Good luck, everybody.
Cannot catch, and that will bust Josh Dukeshire. Great run for him in 23rd place. Harry Schlecht from Jamestown up to $3.1 million. Plenty of RPT wins for Harry under his belt. He's got the RPT main event bracelet from 2022. He took that thing down about little over a year ago. He's also won some Big O and some Omaha high-low tournaments over the last few years. Just one of the nicest guys around, and definitely one heck of a grinder. Not afraid to put the pedal to the metal. Steve looking down at 2 red 4s. He's going to raise to 225,000. Harry, he's got another pretty looking hand. King Jack of Diamonds. Let's see how he wants to play this one. Looks like he is sliding in the call. So they're going to go heads up here. Steve out in front so far, but the flop comes Queen, 10-8, open ender, and 2 overs for Harry. And he is content to snap check it back, and he turns the nuts with the ace of hearts. Steve checks again. Now Harry reaching for some chips. And he's going to get the fold there from Steve. Show him the nuts on the turn.
Cash is all in. He's got 8s. He's a favorite up against 6s for Jimmy. comes ace, jack, jack. Turn to 4. River's a 7, cash will double.
Down to 22 here, Casino State Championship. Oh, wow. Sonny Lehman just got eliminated on the river. I didn't see this hand. Ace-8 versus Ace-5. They both flopped an ace and a 5 on the river for Sam to bust Sonny. And I believe 22nd place. So we will quickly be approaching the final 2 tables once we get down to 18 players. I believe we are pausing the clock and doing another 2-table redraw, and then, of course, a redraw once we get down to the final table of 9. Over 100 live viewers, thank you guys for watching. It is 7 p.m. real time. 5 hours until we end the year of 2023. The biggest and best year ever on the Rough Rider Poker Tour. I don't have the exact numbers on me at the moment, but I believe we awarded $2,500,000 in total prize pools over the course of the season. $2.5 million. That is amazing. Thank you so much to all our loyal player base, new players, players that have been playing for 5, 10 plus years, or players that have been playing RPT since the start in 2003, 2004, when this tour was built from the ground up from Eric Nordstrom, one of our 5 Hall of Fame inductees. Jerry took the reins about 10 years ago, and this thing is soaring. Big things on the horizon in 2024. Like I mentioned earlier, we will be stepping foot into some brand new casinos, that is casinos plural, and we will be crossing some state lines. I can't wait to tell you all about it. You better be in Harvey in 2 weeks for the season premiere. We are dropping a bombshell of an announcement there. What's good? You coming on in? Oh, nice. Yeah. Come on in if you'd like. You used this headset before? You're going to flip it on over your ears like so. And then this, you got flexibility for the mouth there. There you go, just like that.
Just like that.
Yep. All right, guys, I got a special guest with me in the booth, none other than the pride of Hendra, Minnesota himself, Tyler T. Cole Colness. Tyler, welcome to the booth. Thanks for joining me.
What up, what up, what up?
We are live. We are live from Spirit Lake Casino and Resort. We are watching the final 20 players battle it out here for the RPT Casino State Championship. A record-breaking $52,000 somebody is taking home tonight. That
Very
is
nice.
including the $10,700 WSOP main event prize package. Just an epic weekend all around. Thanks for coming. Thanks for helping be a part of
Some
this.
solid supporters left, too. I see heavy hitters, local legends.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be shaping up to be a fun little race to the finish here, it looks like.
It
With
is
what,
indeed.
25-ish left? What are we at?
Down to 20.
20?
Two away
Oh.
from our final two-table redraw.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's been a great weekend out here. As always, the Rough Rider Poker Tour does a fabulous job running tournaments. This has been definitely one of the best, and it's only getting better. I hear there's some exciting things on the horizon for 2024, so anybody out there listening, be sure to be on the lookout for those updates coming. And if you're able to, definitely get to one of these events because the crew, you know, everybody involved, they do such a great job. A lot of friendly competition, well-ran events, and definitely worth trying to get to if you're interested in playing some poker tournaments in 2024.
Definitely, T. Cole. We are kicking off the new season in 2 weeks. We hope to see you there. We've got another $5,000 Player of the Year prize package up for grabs in 2024. As Steve Ballon finds the Jack 9 of clubs, he is all in, but he gets no takers. He's going to scoop the blinds and antes, get himself back up to 13 big blinds. We've got some really tough players on the outer table still alive. One of our newest Hall of Fame inductees, Paul Jane, still running one up out there.
I was just going to say that. I just walked through and I saw Paul Wu-Tang Jane still hanging in there, and second place finish on Thursday, and his return to the RPT streets is pretty phenomenal that he's able to make a deep run here today, and who knows if he's able to go and ship it and give that iconic button pose again to end the year.
That would be amazing.
That would be sick. For anybody out there listening, too, if you are close to Devil's Lake, I'm not sure how long the tournament might go, but Tripwire is playing, I hear, this
They
evening.
are, yes. A lot of stuff going on at the casino. The Casino State Championship here in the bingo hall. On the left side of the casino, when you walk in the main doors, there is a dart tournament going on.
Yep.
Looked like a lot of fun. I walked by, music was playing, everybody was having a blast. And across the hall there in the auditorium, yes, Tripwire is setting up. They are starting at 8:45 p.m. to kick off 2024 with some rockin' New Year's Eve. They do a great job there. I think they're out of the Fargo area.
Yep, they are, yep. I've
Yep.
seen them a couple times over there at the Windbreak in Fargo. They've come out to the Detroit Lakes area, frequent a lot of the venues in the Lakes area in the summer. They're definitely an awesome time. Bring out the good vibes, good music.
Definitely. So this casino is going to be rocking. It was Saturday night last night. I walked through the casino a couple times. It was really somber. There wasn't a lot of people drinking,
Yeah,
gambling.
right.
It's kind of a quiet vibe. And I said, everybody is saving up for Sunday night, New Year's Eve. And this place is pumping out there, and it's only 7 p.m. right
That's
now.
100%. Like, when we were on our first break earlier, I was in the second chance. Not anymore, clearly, because I'm sitting next to you. But there was not, I mean, it was starting to kind of fill up, and then went upstairs, watched some football, came back down, and he's right. They're starting to roll in. It's going to be a good time out here in Spirit Lake Casino and Resort this evening.
Yeah, no better place to spend your New Year's Eve, especially if you're a poker fan. What a tournament it's been. We had 4 starting flights, $220 a pop. We got 1,304 entries. Just incredible. We broke the state record for prize pool by a whopping $74,000.
Amazing.
$221,680 paid out today.
Absolutely phenomenal. Off a $200 buy-in, folks.
Yeah.
Playing for 50 racks. Main event seat. Can't get much better than that. Plus, there's juicy cash games around the clock. I think some people were playing. A couple guys out there that are, I mean, Rob's still in the tournament. Has he slept all weekend?
Yeah, Rob Urbach, I have not seen him spend a lot of time outside of the ballroom.
I
He's
have
been
not
doing
seen him
nothing
outside
but
the
play
ballroom
poker
either, other
room.
than break.
Yep, so Rob is still running one up outside, and Sam looks to be in good shape to get a double up here as Harry bets 350K on the flop of 10-4 deuce with king 10. And Sam going to slide in a bunch of reds. He's got ace 10. He's got backdoor spades covered. He's just got to fade the king.
Can Harry get away
as
from
it
this?
stands right now? Yeah, Harry puts a bet in. And Harry is going to run this one, and Sam is going to be happy to see what he's up against.
Harry with 3 outs now. 2 to go.
This is what 86% looks like for Sam. Can he hold? He's looking for his biggest career score. He was our first ever Montana State poker champion all the way back in 2016 for 14 grand. He's looking to win 52 grand tonight. The turn is a 6. Can he fade the cowboy here out in the wild, wild west? Cards are on their backs. The all-important river card is an ace of diamonds. Top
GG,
2
Harry.
pair. Harry did have him covered. He still has $2 million left, but Sam now a force to be reckoned with. Up to $4 million, 40 big blinds.
It's my fault. It's a little bit small here.
Yeah.
Sam there, I was giving him some flack last night with those blue shades and yellow hat, color coordinated as always. He took it well, though. Shout out Sam. He's been playing great, too. Over in Belcourt, he ran deep. Didn't he make the final table at the main there?
He did,
Just about a month
yes,
and a half
he did.
ago.
We had a lot of huge casino weekends over 2023, including the first ever $1,000 buy-in last month. Tyler, you played in that. I did as well.
Yep.
It was a blast. And we will be back here in March, I believe, 3rd weekend of March for the Frozen Frosty for the Dream Chaser 2, another $1,000 buy-in. Alongside, the day before, we will be having the $500 buy-in Big O State Championship. So it's
I
going to
didn't
be
know
a
that.
monster
There's
weekend.
a big old
Yeah.
$500 tournament coming up. Wow.
$500 Big O, no limit.
Juicy.
Going to be very good.
There's going to be a lot of people entering Big O and realizing, wow, this is absolutely insane.
Yeah. Leo Leclerc back on the feature table there.
All right, looks like we got all 18 players seated now.
We've got Alex Molberg in the 8 seat and Henry Anderson in the 2 seat joining us. They are our fresh faces. Looks like table 3 just broke. We did not do a complete 3-table redraw. They just broke table 3. Everybody filled in. We are back at it. So here we go, the final 18 players for the RPT Casino State Championship. A lot of big money jumps on the line from here on out until we get to this final table. So Leo Leclerc under the gun, first hand here. Going to make it $250K, and Curtis Beloki finds kings on the button. I didn't see him get so short, but he was down to $600K. And wow, Cooler City. Chad all in with ace king, Curtis kings. Can Chad find the ace to bust Curtis Beloki here in 18th place? Here we go to the flop. 9, 10, 5, safe flop so far, needs to fade. Running cards or an ace as it stands now. Queen on the turn, he needs to fade an ace or a jack. 7 on the river. Kings hold for Curtis Beloki. Double up, keeping us at 18. Henry Anderson. Haven't seen him yet on the feature table this weekend. He's got 1.2 million. That's 12 big blinds. Looks like he is going to raise up the ace-10 of hearts.
Big pot. Looks like we just lost Aaron Rapp.
He makes it 275,000 to go.
Big pot over to Jimmy Heavy.
And I just heard on the outer table we did just lose Aaron Rapp from Jamestown. He was running one up today. Sad to see him go. 18th place finisher. Excellent player. One heck of a guy. Great run for him. And we are inching closer to that illustrious final table as Leo Leclerc finds 2 8s after Alex Molberg makes the call with the Jack Links wildcard hand. Flop comes Jack 10-3. Henry out in front of Leo. We don't know what Alex has yet. Henry going to check behind. Turn is a 5 of spades. Alex Molberg checking. Leo checking the 8s. And Henry checking. So, off to a river. Ace of diamonds, 2 pair for Henry. Nobody has bet post-flop at all. Is he finally going to take a stab here? He's got aces and 10s. Sitting on 9 big blinds in his chip stack. He's going to go for a little value. Looks like 200,000, and that is quickly going to get the job done for him. On hand number 107. What timing? So the two chip leaders here at this feature table are Sam Fondrick in the 1 seat with 3.8 million and Leo Leclerc in the 9 seat with 3.6 million. Sounds like a lot of chips, but the blinds are 50 and 100K, and things can change very quickly at this juncture. As Henry looks down at the RPT stones, 10-7 under the gun. It's a tricky hand. You got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. Sometimes it's best to balance your range. Harry has pocket threes here. He is going to ship it for 20 big blinds, 2 million going into the middle. Folding around to the blinds. They're getting out of the way. And that's going to get through for Harry. We currently have $130 live viewers. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure to smash that like button. We are live on the Rough Rider Poker Tour and Dakota Poker Tour Facebook pages, as well as the Rough Rider Poker Tour channel on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. You can go back and watch any of our feature table live stream videos anytime you choose. Keith Rickford finding 2 black 10s on the short stack, going to raise to 350,000. He's going to get over to Henry Anderson in the big blind with King Queen. Interesting spot here. He's got Keith covered by about 2-1. He's in the big blind for 100K. It's 350K to him. He's going to think better of it, and I don't hate that at all. Playing King Queen offsuit out of position. Not the most fun thing in the world, especially this deep into the tournament. This isn't the feature table. That was Eric Anderson. This is, I don't know the official word for it. Goose and Jared come from Fargo with FPN, Free Poker Network. They set up this table. They're able to change out the tablecloth for the different events they do. Dakota Poker Tour, Free Poker Network. They're taking it down to the Golden Nugget in Vegas as soon as they are done here this weekend for the FPN National Championship. Yes, indeed. So Curtis, he's got ace-10, early position, going to limp in for 100. Leo with king-jack of clubs calls from the cutoff. And Henry looks down at 2 10s in the small blind. He is sitting on 16 big blinds. He sees a couple limps in front of him. He is all in.
Last chance players, understand you're on 15-minute break. We're moving.
And that'll do the job for Henry. He's back up to 2.1 million in chips.
Out on the casino floor, have yourself a New Year's party on this break. We'll be back 15 minutes.
Curtis gonna raise the ace-7 of hearts to 300,000. Leo looking down at ace-jack and gonna re-raise all in. He's gonna really put the pressure back on Kurt if nobody else wakes up with anything.
Like that'll lose Kerry Yoder in 17th place, big pot over to Paul James.
And wow, just heard on the outer table, Kerry Yoder, your 17th place finisher. He falls victim to none other than Paul Wu-Tang Jane. We are down to 16, and Curtis going to let go of the ace-7 of hearts there. Leo Leclerc scooping that pot. Good. Whatever you want to do. So there you see the chip counts for this feature table. Leo Leclerc with 4 million. Sam Fondrick hot on his heels with 3.6 all the way down to 1 million. The short stack at the moment is one of the most dangerous players left in the field, Steve Belland. He's got a milli, 10 big blinds, 16 players remaining. And Chad with the king-queen offsuit under the gun here. 15 big blinds. He is going to raise this one up. 250,000. Harry Schleck, 2 6s in the small blind. He's got Chad covered, but does not want to play the small pair. And Curtis Beloki's got Jack-10 of clubs. He is coming along. So we'll see if this flop comes all Broadway cards and some chips get in the middle here. 7-4-5. Curtis slaps the table in disgust. But he's coming along for the float here. He's got 2 overs and backdoor clubs, backdoor straight cards. Turn is a 3. He checks once again. Chad obviously not in love with anything on that board either. The river is a king. That is top pair for Chad. Is Curtis going to bluff at it here? Wow, he moves all in, and Chad makes the call, and Curtis can't believe it. Well played there from Chad. That is a pretty ugly board with those 4 to a straight cards. Curtis calling out of the blinds. Very concerning, but that river card was just what Chad needed to make the call, and we lose Curtis Beloki in 16th place. We are down to 15 now. Chad Weldon from Mandan. He has got his sights set on that final table, and he's got a real nice chip stack now, 2.8 million. 15 remain, RPT Casino State Championship. Oh, come on in. I am joined here in the commentator's booth now by none other than Chad World Kelsch. Chad, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to be watching this thing unfold here. We need 6 more eliminations to get down to our final table of 9. $41,300 is the official first place prize, but they are also receiving a $10,700 WSOP main event prize package for a whopping total of $52,000. That is what the winner will be walking away with tonight. So we got Jess Weldon back in the box. If that last name sounds familiar, that's because she is married to the man sitting in seat number 7, Chad Weldon. Nothing like dealing to your husband 14 eliminations away from him walking home with $52,000. All right, so back to the action. Harry Schlecht all in. King 9 of diamonds in the cutoff. The blinds have just increased, 75K, 150K. And he's going to get that one through, scoop those chips. Right now you are paying a total of $375K per orbit. Getting very expensive. Stacks getting a little bit more shallow. There are 40 million chips in play. Harry Schlecht back at it, ace-6 of clubs and the hijack. He's going to raise to 400,000. And that's good enough for Harry Schlecht to take those chips. Back-to-back pots for him.
Let's see Sam play a hand. I feel like Sam's going to play a hand this time.
We'll see if Sam decides to play this hand. Harry Schlecht's got ace-9. He's not going to test the heater. He's going to let that one go. He just won the previous 2 pots. Alex Molberg, I believe, from the Fargo area. He is all in from the cutoff with Queen 10. Sam's got deuces. He had a playable hand, Chad, but he did not want to pay $1.1 million to see all 5 cards there.
So close. Not much post-flop action at this stage right now, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But
both tables a little short-handed, so I mean, I don't know how much post-flop we're going to see.
I feel like that's pretty good strategy by all of the players at the table. There's a reason for it.
We saw a pretty crazy hand earlier before we went on dinner break, Chad. It was between Sonny Lehman and Paul Jane. Paul opened the King-Jack offsuit. Folds to Sonny. He has pocket kings. His stack at the time was about 900,000, and the blinds were 50 and 75K, I believe. So he had 12, 13 big blinds, something like that. He did not 3-bet all in. He decided to 3-bet about 60% of his stack and left himself with about 400K, and Paul Jane called with King-Jack, and the flop comes ace-5 deuce, and Paul open jammed, and Sonny folded. So it was just incredible stuff from the legendary Paul Jane.
I would say.
Proving why he was selected to be in the Hall of Fame earlier today.
For sure.
Getting kings to fold for Sonny, and we did lose Sonny about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago here on this feature table. Paul Jane is still thriving out there on the secondary feature.
Well, you know, sometimes a solid strategy beats a poor strategy.
I have heard that.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Not to be too harsh about the situation, but Paul obviously seized the opportunity.
He did indeed. He definitely knew Sonny was probably on a big pocket pair, and as long as it wasn't aces, he was going to go for it, and it worked exactly as he had it planned in his mind there. Sonny folded the overpair.
Folds around to keep Rickford on the button. He moved all in. Cash after move for cash. Moved all in into the small blind for less. All right, cash is all in. He's got jacks, but he ran into kings for Keith Rickford.
All in action on the outer table here. Jacks versus kings. Cash Mitchell needs a jack.
6-5 deuce. He can only win it if a jack comes. Turns to 3. There is a 4 on the river that would chop it. Otherwise, he needs a jack ball. Queen.
Wow. So kings hold for Keith Rickford on the outer table to bust. The young gun from Fargo, Cash Mitchell. He is out, I believe, in 15th place. Getting closer and closer to that final table.
All right, going back to blinds of 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind. Empty, shuffle up, and deal.
Chad, if you're good to take a couple hands, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. All right, I'll be back.
No guarantees on the commentary at all. So here we are. I believe there's 15 players left. Steve Ballon folds his button. We got Sam Bondrick in the hijack. Harry Schlecht folds his small blind. Chad Weldon. Looks like it probably folded. No way of knowing for sure. Steve Ballon stole the blinds. Harry says yes. Pretty exciting stuff here. Got a dude sitting at a table. Sam says, what's going on, guys? Here we go, back to the action. We got cards, folks. Looks like the 9 seat folds. Sam looks at his cards and he says, nah. Player in seat 2. Looking at his cards. Says, I'm interested. He is interested. Taking out blacks, folks. Oh, no, he's just putting them off to the side. Oh, he is putting them out there. On the table. That looks like a raise. 400K. Steve Bellin. Got ace queen here. Where is Henry Anderson? The camera's on Steve Belland. I don't know what Henry Anderson is doing with his ace queen. Not sure where he's at. Steve is thinking about something. Steve has ace 10 off, allegedly. Kind of a tough spot here. Steve's a little short. Nah, Steve's not even that short. Still sitting on 40 big blinds? No, he's still sitting on 4 big blinds. That makes more sense. Finds a fold. Harry elects to fold. Chad Weldon elects to fold. Here we are back at Alex with King 9 off in the big blind, deciding whether or not to defend. And he gives it up. There we have Harry Schlecht folding the best hand in poker, 10-7 suited. Some might say that's a bit of a blunder. And it looks like Leo got a walk. It was about the most boring thing that could have happened for that hand. Leo's fine with it. Now we've got Henry under the gun. Takes a look. I think that's going into the muck. And it does. Steve said, ooh.
Deuce of hearts.
Ooh, he says, forceful muck. Very shellac muck. Chad Weldon's got some suited wheel cards, but not quite high enough. Ace 9. I think that'll be good enough for an all-in moment and a quick fold from Sam with nothing to call with. Makes sense.
Yes. Oh yeah, 24 minutes. I thought you were being sarcastic. Us here in the United States, we're dumb, I guess. Nah, no. We're pretty dumb.
We have an all-in motion from Steve Belland. And if my math is correct, that's about a little bit over 4 big blinds. Chad Weldon in the hijack with Queen 10 off. Considering the options with the Queen 10 off. Wisely folds, in my opinion. Ooh, Leo is not going to find the fold with King 10. Sorry, King Queen off. Seems plenty good enough to call, and he does indeed call. Sam looks down at Queen 5 off. Wastes just a little bit of time, but he's going to find the fold.
All in pot, feature table.
Wastes more time than I thought he would, but he does find the fold, and as does the big blind. And here we are.
He's got ace
Steve
3.
sitting on the short stack. He is ahead.
He's up against king queen. Also an all-in and call over on table 2.
He does stand up, pushing his chair, get ready for the possible exit. After the flop, he is a 87% favorite. Flop comes 6 high. Yikes. Giving Steve the open-ended straight draw in addition to everything else that he's got. That would take a lot for Leo to catch up. The river comes, the deuce. Giving Steve Belland the ace-high flush in his race for his tournament life. Nicely done. Seems like we must be at about 14 or 15 players. No way of knowing at this moment. But it's getting serious. After 1,304 entries into this tournament, 2 tables remain, 15 dudes. 7 of which are at this table. Harry says, I'm going all in. And it looks like we've got some quick folds. And Harry is not going to get any action, most likely. Steve says, nah. Harry says, I'm going to take the blinds because I just stole them. There he is. Cumulative winnings. Can't read it on my screen. Looks like a lot. No idea what this graphic means on the screen, folks. Sorry about that. Hope you're all enjoying the last few hours of your 2023. On to a new year very soon, and one of these players will be on his way to a gigantic payday. Alex Molberg says, I'm all in. With ace-king suited. It's a shove of about just shy of 10 bigs, Sam says, which, Sam, just fold. Yeah, Jack 4, he's going to fold. Sam says all in? I don't think that's right, folks. Sorry about that. I don't understand what's going on at the table. I feel like our graphics might be incorrect at the moment. Apologies for that. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Looks like Alex is all in. He's got ace-king of diamonds. Up against pocket jacks for Sam Vandrick.
Yeah, I just saw Sam throw his chips in.
13 players remain as we inch closer towards this final table. Alex is trim life on the line. Jack 7, 8. Wow, just top set for Sam. He's going to need a miracle here.
Sounds like there must be some action going on one of the outer tables. Not much going on the main screen.
So he does have a 4 outer now on the river. He can hit a 10 to make Broadway. What a sweat.
Always a sweat.
5 on the river, that will not do it. That'll let Alex in 13th place.
No shit.
Well, that does it for me, folks. You might have a little radio silence while Keith comes back into the booth. Here he is right now. We're playing poker, Keith, and we're ringing in the new year. And I take a break. Sorry. Fiasco. All right. See ya.
Okay, guys, you've got KL3 back with you here. We just lost Alex on the feature table. We are down to 12 players. 6 on 6. Paul Jane, Robert Urbach, Josh Unruh, 3 of the names on the secondary table. I can tell you off the top of my head there. It's going to be a star-studded final table, that's for sure. $164 live viewers. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't already, make sure to like us on Facebook, Rough Rider Poker Tour. Make sure to share that video. Let your friends and family know that somebody that you know is about to win $52,000 here this evening. And subscribe to our YouTube channel, Rough Rider Poker Tour. As always, head over to roughriderpokertour.com. Click on the calendar tab. You can see when we'll be in your area next. And that is 2 weekends from today when we kick off the 2024 season at the Harvey Eagles Club, followed by the 281 stop in Pingree. Back-to-back events. All details are on our calendar and Facebook page. We create Facebook events for all of our tournaments as well, complete with details. So check that out. We hope to see you all very soon, as we are down to 12 players in the largest tournament in North Dakota poker history, the 2023 RPT Casino State Championship.
Keith Rickford all in. He's got ace-5 offsuit. Paul James got 9-10 clubs. Keith is the one at risk here. Flop comes ace-7 king. Break flop for Keith. Turns to jack. He just have to avoid a queen or an 8 now on the river. 10 on the river. 6 cards for Keith. Double.
So Keith Rickford just doubling up on the outer table there off of Paul Jane to keep us 12 players remaining. Sam under the gun. King Jack's going to make it 350. Leo in the big blind going to flat with the ace queen of clubs. Flop comes 5, 6, 8. No help to either player. Sam's going to continue, and Leo quickly folding the ace queen. Not his neighborhood. He is going to tread lightly, as there are several stacks under him, as we are just a few eliminations away from this final table. No need to play a big pot there against the other big stack at the table, and Leo knows that. He is a very solid player there out of Winnipeg. The last chance tournament is down to the final 2 tables. I believe they are just about in the money. $8,000 up top. What a tournament that was today. I did not see, when I walked past those 2 last chance tournament tables, I did not see any players that were in the Player of the Year race that were still alive. And the only player I saw left in this tournament is on the outer table. That is Josh Unruh. Let me pull up that leaderboard one more time here. So Josh was 20th on the leaderboard. He would have to get first place in this tournament. That would be enough to propel him into the Player of the Year, I believe. Yes, it would. Looking at the other names, none of them are still playing. So if Josh Unruh gets second place or worse I believe it is official that Duff DeSeth will be your 2023 Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year. So stay tuned. We'll keep you updated on that. Harry Schlecht all in, pocket sixes in the hijack. Will he get a call? Yes, I think he will, Leo Leclerc. Ace King is all in. Oh, wow, big hand for Henry. He's got Ace Jack, but this action in front of him, he's going to think better of it. So Harry, the one at risk, monster pot for $5.8 million. Harry with sixes, Leo Leclerc with Ace King. We saw an ace going to the muck there from Henry. Let's see what happens. Huge moment for both of these players.
All in pot here, Harry Schlecht all in with 2 sixes versus Leo's Ace King.
Flop comes.
Flop comes
10-5-3 air ball for Leo. He needs an Ace King or runners to make a straight. Turn is a 4. He can't catch a deuce. He can only catch an ace or a king. Queen, though, on the river. Harry Schlecht. Huge double up. He's going to be up to $5.8 million. Sixes hold in a monster pot. He is now the chip leader, leaving Leo Leclerc down to 5 big blinds. We'll see if he can spin that back up. He's got $750,000. Harry and Sam, the 2 big dogs now on this feature table. Wow, what a hand. So still 12 players remaining, I believe. 6 and 6. And we are on to the next one.
Up against King, Queen of Hearts for Jimmy Hadley. This is button on small blind. Flop comes Jack, 9-3, Josh. Would have hated if a 10 appeared. 5 in the turn, he's got to avoid a 10 on the river. 6 on the river, Josh.
So Josh Unruh doubling up Kings versus King Queen.
Josh will double, keeping us at 12.
Harry Schlecht raising Queen 10 under the gun, and Chad Weldon in the hijack, Ace King of clubs. He looks at his wife and he says, all in. Folding back over. Steve's got the ace deuce of diamonds. And Harry going to get out of the way, so Chad going to be pumped up to 2.8 million there. Harry and Sam just a shade over 5 million, still the two chip leaders here. Not sure of the chip leaders on the outer table. I believe Jimmy Hadley from Butte, Montana was one of them, if not the tournament chip leader the last time I walked by. He did just double up Josh Unruh a few moments ago. Folds to Henry Anderson on the button. He's got ace-jack. He is going to raise it up to 400,000. Steve in a precarious spot here with the king, queen of diamonds.
If you guys both bust, you will split 15th place money, okay? Because you're opposite tables. King's all in here, up against sevens after the flop with deuce 4-5. He's got to avoid a 7 or runners in straight.
And Steve Belland is all in with the king, queen of diamonds.
Yeah, King's rolled up for the double up. But now we do have an all in over here. We can table them, guys.
Harry's got ace-3. He is out of there.
Justin Yankton, all in with ace king of hearts.
Henry, I believe, going to be committed here for the call.
Flop comes king 4-4. Case king on the flop. Full house for David. Turn is a 7. That'll wrap it up.
So here we go. Steve Belland all in. King, queen of diamonds. Henry makes the call with ace-jack.
Steve Belland all in with king, queen of diamonds up against Henry's ace-jack.
So Steve's tournament life hanging in the balance. Here we go. Flop comes. King, 10, 8. Great flop for Steve. He needs to fade an ace or a queen now. Deuce on the turn.
Queen or an ace on the river. 5 of clubs, Steve Belland.
So Steve gonna double up and stick around. Back to 2.2 million. Closing in on 200 live viewers, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to step out into the tournament area for just a few moments. I'll get a few updates, and I will be right back.
in.
Let's get
He's
Benny.
got pocket queens. He's a favorite versus Josh's pocket jacks. Flop comes deuce 8-3. Turns an 8. He's just got to avoid a jack. 6 on the river. He will triple up.
Four calls. 7 checks. Four checks. 7 bets. 150,000.
He did say it.
He did. Can't fool me, eh? Four calls.
All right, poker players, I do have an announcement to make. I crunched the numbers for the Player of the Year leaderboard, and looking at the players remaining here in the room, there is only one scenario where Duff Deseth will not be your Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year, and that is if Josh Unruh is your casino state champion. Josh Unruh will move from 20th to first place, overtaking Duff for that 5K Player of the Year package. That is the only scenario left we have to sweat, or Duff Deseth will be your 2023 Player of the Year. Break time, main event players, take yourselves a 15-minute break. We'll be back.
All right, guys, welcome back.
Coming back to a small blind of 100K, big blind of 200K.
We are coming
200K
back
big blind ante.
to 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante. We are down to 12 players. There you see the 6 players here on this feature table. We've also got Rob Urbach, Josh Unruh, Paul Jane, to name a few on the outer table, that have their sights set on that final table, just 3 eliminations away. Sam Fondrick and Harry Schleck, the 2 chip leaders here with over $5 million, but these blinds are getting very expensive. It is now $500,000 per orbit at 100K, 200K, 200K big blind ante. Here we go, first hand back, King Jack of Diamonds for Sam. Under the gun, he is going to play this one. He's going to raise to 450,000.
All in pot here, blind on the line. Paul Jane gets it in from the big blind with ace-10. He's a favorite against Jimmy Hadley's ace-5.
Paul Jane all in on the outer table. Ace-10 versus ace-5.
6-6. There are some chop outs on the way.
He needs to fade a 5.
Turn is a king. 9 on the river, ace-10 high. Chopping. They're chopping. 6s, ace-king, queen.
Yeah, they chop there. Paul versus Jimmy. Jimmy Hadley, one of the big stacks there on the outer table. He had a chance there to bust one of the fan favorites, the returning Paul Jane, but it is a chop pot, and we play on with 12 players remaining. I will be joined here during this final table, once it does hit, by none other than President and CEO of the Rough Rider Poker Tour, Jerry Sorrells. We'll be bringing that double team commentary to you guys in no time. Last time we were together, we've wrapped up the Dream Chaser final table, where we saw Chad Himmelsbach take down $44,000. Excuse me, $40,000. 40 grand for first place for our inaugural $1,000 buy-in. We've got our Dream Chaser 2 coming up in March, the second ever $1,000 buy-in on the Rough Rider Poker Tour. That is right back here at Spirit Lake Casino. Stay tuned for updates on that. We hope to see you there. As Henry Anderson, the short stack, under the gun, he's got ace-6 of diamonds. He is all in for $725K. It is going to fold around to the blinds. Leo, very short stacked. Everybody gets out of the way. Henry going to scoop that one. And Leo Leclerc, 250K he is down to. He needs a miracle spin up here if he wants to survive. One hand at a time, that's just all you can do in the game of tournament poker. Nothing is going to happen in the snap of a finger. You just got to take it one hand at a time. I've had many tournaments where I make final table runs or even first places where I'm down to one big blind at some point early on. You can just never give up, really. You never know when that heater is going to kick in. Steve under the gun, he's got pocket 3s. Yeah, I was going to say pretty dicey spot for Steve. That is probably a good fold, knowing how many shorter stacks he's got on this table. Chad, he's going to raise the 10-9 of hearts here in the cutoff. And Leo definitely has more than 250K. Looks like he has 1 million and change. He had 2 towers of purple lavender, so somehow we have his chip count wrong. But I don't know if you guys can fix it on the fly, but it looked like he had 1,100,000. If you want to confirm with Jess to get that count correct. So folds to Henry in the big blind with Jack 9. He is out of there, and Chad is going to scoop 500,000 just like that. On to hand number 137 of the feature table today. He's going to fold to Sam on the button with 9-8. He's out of there. Henry's got ace-6 in the small blind. He's going to be all in. We'll see what Steve looks down at here. He has an unknown bad hand. So Henry going to scoop that one. So it's going to fold to Steve. In the small blind, he's got queen 8. He's going to complete. Harry's got queen deuce. He is going to check from the big blind. Flop comes king 8-8. Trips for Steve. We'll see if he can find a way to get any chips from Harry. He's going to need to find one of the 2 remaining queens for that to happen, I think. Ace on the turn. Steve checks again. Excuse me. Yeah, he checks again. Harry checks back. 6 on the river. He bets 250K, just over 1 big blind, but Harry not going to fall for it. Leo, all in under the gun. It is definitely more than 250K. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I believe 1 million and change. Okay, 1,075,000. I just corrected his chip stack. He's all in. Harry Schleck's got an A7, but not interested in giving out a courtesy double up. And Leo going to take that one back to 1.6 million. And that's going to be a walk there for Leo. Happy to have it with the 4 high. On to the next one. Every hand so crucial, so important with these blinds. 100K, 200K, and we were just a few eliminations away from the final table and those insanely massive pay jumps. All the way up to $41,300 for first place, alongside a $10,700 main event package. Wowzers. All right, we're going to fold over to Harry Schlecht in the cutoff. He's got ace-jack. He moves all in for $5 million. And that one's going to get through for the pot. So back to the action. Harry Schlecht limps in from the hijack, 200,000. Chad with ace-8 raises to 550, and the short stack, Henry Anderson, finds pocket jacks in the big blind. He is going to be all in. Back to Harry with the jack-10 of clubs. He's going to fold, and Chad will be committed there to make the call. Jack-jack for Henry. He's at risk in the lead against the ace-8 for Chad. Let's see if Chad can find a bullet To send Henry packing in 12th place, it comes Queen, Queen 7. Turn is a deuce. He needs to fade 3 outs for his tournament life.
Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Let's go!
3 of hearts is a safe card, and that is a double up. Sounds like there's an excited rail of happy Canadians. They are watching Henry double up there, keeping us 12 remaining. Henry going to complete there from the small blind with Queen 8, and Steve in the big blind has 9-3. He is going to check it. Flop comes 5-4-4, no help to either player. Queen high still good. Looks like Henry going to check it. Steve going to make a bet, though, and that's going to take down this pot. On to the next hand, still 12 players remaining here, RPT Casino State Championship. Chad Weldon, after doubling up Henry, is one of the short stacks, is all in. We don't know his hand. We'll see if Henry wants to look him up. From the button, he's got King Jack. He's going to fold, though. Steve in the big blind, small blind. He folds his rags, and Harry will as well. Pot over to Chad Weldon. Sam going to raise in the hijack with 10-9. Oh, goodness. Harry Schlecht finding 2 kings in the small blind. And he's going to raise all in. Chad on the short stack looking down at ace-5. Does he want this to be the last hand? Or is he going to give it up, try to find a better spot? He is getting short. He makes a good discipline laydown. Sam's obviously going to be out of there as well. Harry going to show the 2 kings and rake in those chips. So I believe once we eventually get down to this final table of 9, it was early on in the day here. I thought between 11 and midnight this tournament would wrap up. It still has a possibility, but it is almost 9 p.m. real time, and we are still not at the final table. So midnight is probably at the very earliest at this point, but you never know. These blinds are huge, so anything could happen. But as soon as we get down to 9 players, I believe our colleague Brian Peck is going to be doing some final table interviews, final table introduction type things here on the live stream. And, yeah, we're going to get these guys seated, get their chips counted, and Brian is going to talk to these guys, and then he's going to kick it back to us, Jerry and myself in commentary, and then we'll get the cards in the air and the action rolling here. That is, once again, once we get down to the final table of 9. Steve with the king 10 raises to 450. Chad, he's got another ace, this time ace 9 in the small blind. Another dicey scenario. So Chad going to lay it down. And Leo in the big blind, not interested in the 6-4, so the pot going over to Steve. Back-to-back hands, Chad has to lay down ace-5 and then ace-9. He is on the short stack. Really picking his spots here. It's above our heads. They all set all this stuff up. We just talk. Yeah. Yep. Right. Yep. On to the next one here. Henry Anderson. Does he want to play king 5 of diamonds under the gun? Everybody getting so shallow with these blinds. And Steve picking up the weapons of mass destruction. Ace. Folds around to Sam. He's got 5s in the big blind. After Steve made it 450K, looks like he is going to call, and he is going to look for some 5s on this flop. Does have Steve covered. Queen, 10, 6, no help for Sam. Steve gonna move all in on the flop for 2.4 million. And we're on to the next. So it looks like we were down to 11. Must have lost a player from the outer table. So 2 away from that final table now. Let me take a look here. I'm going to step out and hit you with some updates here shortly. Be right back.
we got action here. Ace King for Sam Fandrick. Pocket Jacks for Harry. This one's a monster pot. Flop comes 10-8-3. Jacks for Harry, the best hand. Turn is an ace of clubs. Harry cannot catch a club, so he needs a jack. 8 on the river.
Two minutes last chance, players. 2 minutes. Lines are up. Main event. 150,000, 300,000, 300,000 big blind entry. Next hand. Shuffle up and deal. 25K, 50K. 50K big blind ante. Next hand.
All in pot here. Robert Batch all in. He's got pocket nines. He's up against ace queen. Someone's gonna get crippled here. Flop comes queen 10-7. Rob needs a 9, otherwise he can hit backdoor clubs or he can hit backdoor straight cards. Turn is an ace. He needs a red 9 on the river. Ace on the river. Ace is full of queens.
Final table?
Looking that good, guys. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Now get out of my seat.
All right. Sorry.
We're going to draw for the button here.
But this just goes to the live stream. If you want to hear, though, just be quiet.
We're going to draw for the button here. So congratulations, players, on making the final table. When your journey at this final table does unfortunately end, you will head on over to the payout window, aka registration, and Melissa will get you guys paid out, okay? Please do not forget to take care of our dealers. They work their ass off for 4 days straight. Other than that, enjoy the final table, guys. Looks like we got the button drawn. We're going to kick it over to Brian Peck in the live stream here. Thank you.
We're good? All right, welcome back, poker fans across the world. We are here for our final table. Give yourselves a round of applause. This is a historic, earth-shattering North Dakota Casino Championship, generating a prize pool of $221,600, beating last year's record by $74,000. This is the largest poker tournament in North Dakota history. What started with 1,304 players over 4 flights is now whittled down to just 9 players left. First place is taking home $41,300 and a $10,700 World Series of Poker prize package. To my left, Paul Jane from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, first ballot Hall of Fame inductee. Currently sitting in third place with $5.45 million. What are you going to do with the money if you win?
Come back next year.
He's coming back next year. I love the answer. Going for a 2-time Hall of Famer. To my right, Jimmy Hadley of Butte, Montana, sitting at $3.7 million in 5th place. What are you going to do with the money if you win?
I like coming back here too.
You won't go to the World Series, though?
No.
He's not going. Well,
Half.
you have no choice. You'd have no choice. So good luck, players. We're going to give it to Jerry for the shuffle up and deal. We're going to find who the winner is here today. Sending it back to Keith and Jerry in the booth.
All right, guys, that was Brian Peck doing some final table introduction stuff there. Thank you, Brian.
They're hiding.
We have arrived at the most illustrious final table in North Dakota poker history. This is the 2023 RPT Casino State Championship. I am Keith Lauder III, alongside my good friend, President and CEO of the Rough Rider Poker Tour, Jerry Sorrells, and we are coming at you live from Spirit Lake Casino and Resort. Jerry, how are we doing?
We are doing fantastic here. Chips are about to fly. Blinds are large, stacks are big, egos are even bigger.
Oh, yeah.
All this money on the line, $41,300 plus a $10,700 WSOP main event seat package on top for first place. So they're playing for serious money.
Yeah, that is $52,000 for today's champion. Another subplot on this final table. We will be crowning our Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year for 2023, and it is going to be Duff Deseth, unless the only scenario where Duff does not win Player of the Year is if that man sitting in seat number 5, Josh Unruh, is your Casino State Champion. He will move all the way from 20th place up to first. It is just enough points to leapfrog everyone. But that is first and only first. Otherwise, Duff Deseth is taking home that Player of the Year. So here we go. 9 players remaining.
That clock's way wrong.
I'll run down those payouts for you here. Ninth place, $2,715. Eighth place, $3,490. Seventh place, $4,650. Sixth place is $6,000. Fifth place, $8,140. Fourth place is a very cool $10,700. Third place, $14,500. Second place is $21,400. And your champion, once again, $41,300 plus a $10,700 World Series of Poker main event seat. Grand total of $52,000 for this champion. This is a final table of heavy hitters and a couple of Canadians that are brand new to the RPT, looking to make a splash here in a big way. We open things off with Paul Wu-Tang Jane in the 1 seat. Paul was your 2017 Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year, and he was one of the 5 inductees into our inaugural class of the Rough Rider Poker Tour Hall of Fame this morning, and he has proven just why he got that nod. He was a dominant force for 6 years straight when he lived in Bismarck. He's been gone for a few years, but he is back from Wisconsin for this weekend, and he is here in the 1 seat with $5.4 million at this final table. Next to him from Canada, he has got a lot of fans on the rail cheering for him. His name is Henry Anderson. He's got $2.3 million. In the 3 seat, he's had a roller coaster chip stack here on day 2, but he's here with a nice healthy stack of $3 million. Well, I guess nothing's nice and healthy. The blinds are $250K and $500K. Yeah, chips are going to fly. That is Steve Belland from Bagley, Minnesota in the 3 seat. In the 4 seat from Mandan, looks like the short stack, Chad Weldon. He's got just over a big blind. In the 5 seat from Minot, Josh Unruh. Like I mentioned, he has had a great season. He's won a couple events. He got second place at the Skydancer 500 for $10,000 just a few months ago. He is looking to best that today. He has got $5.7 million in chips. Next to him, Sam Fondrick, our first ever Montana Dakota State Poker Champion in seat number 6. He's got $7.7 million. Lyle Bigler is next to him. I'm not familiar with Lyle. Lyle, he may be a Canadian player as well. He's got $5.1 million. Leo LeClaire from Winnipeg in the 8 seed has $1.3 million. And all the way from Butte, Montana, Jimmy Hadley in the 9 seat, $4.5 million. The final 9 players here at the RPT Casino State Championship. Jerry has stepped out, and I am joined alongside our 10th place finisher here in the RPT Casino State Championship. Unfortunate to see him go, but I'm happy to be sitting next to one of the best players in the Midwest, Robert Urbach.
Thanks,
How
buddy.
we doing?
Had to go cry a little bit, but I'm doing good now.
I understand. That was quite the run today.
Thank you, brother.
A couple of hands could have went a little differently, and you could have been sitting at this final table with a huge stack, but, you know, such is life, some of these tournaments.
Give yourself a chance. That's
You
all
just got to
can do.
give yourself a chance. As Lyle Bigler looking down at 2 jacks under the gun. These blinds are enormous, Rob. $250K,
Lyle's fun.
$500K.
Lyle and I were having fun out there. He's a fun guy. He smashed me. He knocked me out, too. He won a flip at the end. Good dude, though. Henry has a one-man cheering section that's as legendary as anyone I've ever met. So Josh can walk this off, right? For
Josh
player of the
can
year?
walk
He
it
can
off,
walk it
yes.
off. That's exciting.
Insane. All the way from 20th place.
And you got Hall of Fame Paul Jane rolls in from Wisconsin, and I'm just going to make the final table.
That's a great new nickname. I'm going to use that one.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame Paul Jane, for sure.
Rolls in second in the first tournament, rolls in final table.
Like he never missed a beat. Been gone for 2 years, and he's back to domination.
And the bar is doing cartwheels.
Oh, yeah. They've got several trucks backed up trying to keep up with his orders.
He's texting in an order right now. He's not supposed to be on the phone, but they're probably letting him because he's like, I'm texting the bar.
Yeah. And this is honestly insane that it took this long to get to the final table because the stacks are very shallow now. 250K, 500K. This thing could grind out for 2.5 hours. It could be over in 45 minutes.
It's very hard to say.
It is hard to say.
It's going to be card
with these
distribution
slides.
more than anything.
Definitely.
If we get some hands or not.
Well, we've got 2 hours and 6 minutes real time until the clock strikes midnight for New Year's Eve.
Steven Hijack definitely going to, at least open here.
Yeah, well, an open.
Might even just jam.
Yeah. 6 big blinds is all he's got with 3 million. Everybody kind
3
of.
million, or they're at 250. He's got 10.
Oh, is the big blind 250?
Isn't it?
It says.
They jumped
Well,
to 250, 500.
Maybe that's not correct. What was the blind level you finished on? Do you remember?
100,000, 200,000.
Okay, so maybe we're at 125, 250.
I'm trying to see what they got in there. Doesn't look like he has 5 stacked up there, does it?
Right, I don't think so.
I think we were at 153,
Oh,
so we could
that,
be at
that might be
255.
okay. But you'd think there'd be 200.
He raised to
400.
700, so we're not at 255.
Right.
Must be at 153. Lyle has a reasonable hand to see a flop with that price. He's dominated right now, but you know how poker goes.
Yeah, so let us know there, Goose and Jared, what you guys see from the booth. You can ask Jess there what the blinds are to confirm. But the screen says 250K, 500K, and we don't think that's what it is. It might be a level or two before that. So whenever you get a chance to confirm. Anyways, these two guys heads up.
And a nothing flop. It's probably just going to be whoever. Lyle looking like he might lead here. Love it. It's his flop.
Yeah, he calls from the blinds. He's definitely got a lot more of that flop than
Oh, wow.
the late position raiser.
And Steve just
Steve
says,
rips it
I
out.
am ripping.
Wow.
Wow.
Love the heart.
Fearless. Steve's been tearing it up. I mean, Steve's really been tearing it up the past 5 or 6 months.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of those guys. There's a lot of them in the poker community where you just don't hear people say a bad word about him.
Yeah, Steve Ballon, I've known him for, got to be 13-ish years
Long
from poker.
time,
Yeah, he's a great guy for sure.
10, 15 years I've known him too. Sick tournament.
Oh, yeah. This
Playing
was
for
awesome.
$40K in a $200 buy-in tournament.
Yeah.
Doesn't really seem possible.
It's amazing.
It's possible in one place. Spirit Lake Casino and Resort.
Yeah.
Devil's Lake.
Word is definitely going to spread about this tournament across the country.
It's
All
not
said
even
and
going to,
done.
yeah. Even the $1,000 one is going to be twice the size. Oh, we got a monster here. Henry. His boy's going to be going crazy in about 5 minutes if Henry wins this hand.
Pocket Queens for
He
the
has
Canadian
10
sensation
bigs.
here.
He can just open or limp or try something tricky, but if they're at 153, he has a little less than 10 bigs. He has about 8. It's like he min-raise. Is that right?
Yeah, he's going to make it 800,000.
Little over min-raise. They might have went up, too, from being at 153 to 24, maybe. It's hard to say. Pretty strong to only raise and not jam when you're at this size.
Yeah. Well, when you're opening to 400, we know that the blinds are definitely 200, 400 at the very maximum. They're not 255 because that'd be obviously an illegal raise. So 1/3 of his stack going in there with the queens, and he makes. Leo's going with it here.
Leo's
the Jack 8 of
just
clubs
going
and the
with
big
it.
blind.
He's short. He's not going to like what he sees.
He's only up against one player. He thinks that's the best shot he's going to get here.
He's hoping for an ace, just ace king to roll over ace queen, but Henry has the goods.
But as we know, Rob, it's never easy. Once in a lifetime, you get the queen deuce deuce flop, but most of the time he's going to flop a straight draw and a flush draw.
Probably 50-50.
Yeah, here we go.
There's an 8.
8-5-3, one club.
Never easy. Jack of diamonds would be fun.
4 of diamonds.
Now he's around just thin enough to river.
3 outer, yeah. 2 jacks and an 8 that are left.
Can't be a diamond.
He is putting the code on 6 of hearts.
Leo just.
And Henry's rail is loving it out there.
Yeah, we can hear him from in the booth. I told you. He's a fun guy.
Great run from Leo Leclerc.
Leo's unbelievable.
Out of Winnipeg. He played very well this tournament.
All he does is make final tables.
He's taken home $2,715 for his efforts, and we're
Good run,
down
Leo.
to 8 players.
He's taken home 2,700.
27.15, yep. 34.90 to the next player out.
Pretty good for a $200 tournament.
Not too shabby.
Hopefully he's going to play Big O. That's where I'll probably be at some point. Bring in the New Year's with Leo's over there probably blasting, telling everyone they're drawing dead every hand.
Oh, yeah.
Then getting rivered for stacks. God, Big O's fun. You didn't play. That's the only reason that anybody had a chance in the first place.
I'm a working man's man this weekend. Had to keep the product as professional as I could. And stacking those hours and making that money because I'm going to Vegas this Thursday for a week. So.
Tried to keep it professional, failed miserably, but did your best. That's really all you can do. Just like poker.
That's right.
It was our best.
In 7 minutes.
7 minutes? Okay, and then at 10 minutes, I'm going to be at the Big O table more than likely. Thanks for having me in the booth. You guys have the best tour in the country. I posted on Facebook, shouted out you guys. There is not a better tour in the country.
Appreciate it, man.
Played everywhere.
We've had a lot of kind words today.
Inducted some Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Got one at the final table.
We sure do.
The legendary Hall of Fame Paul Jane. Ooh.
Sam
so
in the
we have
cutoff.
a raise and Lyle looks at 7s. Looks like he's thinking about calling.
Yeah, it does look to be cutting out some calling chips here. He's got position. He's got a pocket pair.
I know what I would do here. Rip City.
He's going to give it up,
Let
though.
it go.
See if the blinds wake up with
the pay
anything.
jumps are juicy at this point, so
Oh, yeah.
anybody folding anything is, I'm not the one who's going to judge them for that. Because we're probably talking about $1,000 pay jumps in a $200 tournament at this point, and you're 3 or 4 places from like legit money that you don't usually get in a $1,000 tournament, $500 tournament. We got 13 buy-ins for 10th. I've won tournaments and not got that.
I know, right?
Did have to navigate roughly 1,300 players, but that's easy. That's
Easy does it, yeah.
when you're 6
So
big blind.
looked like
ninja.
Jimmy Hadley put in the 3-bet with the 9-4 of clubs
Is that
from the
what
big
happened?
blind. Yeah, he is stacking chips.
Does he think he has pocket 9s?
No, he's a very unorthodox player. I have dealt to him several
I love
times.
Jimmy.
He's got some. He knows how to crank the aggression up. And
So
he
he
does it.
3-bet and Sam folded? I
Did,
assume.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Wow. Sick. Good guy to do it too. I love Sam, but you can 3-bet him and get him off some hands. Sam has heaps though, doesn't he?
Sam is sitting with 6.3 million. Jimmy's got 3.6.
Well, as heaps as you can get here.
Yep.
Chad with 2-ish big blinds, 3-ish big blinds.
Currently 133 live viewers here as we kicked off this final table. 10:03 p.m. real time.
Thanks for watching, you guys. It is almost the end of 2023, and we are bringing in the new year in a big way as we are crowning the biggest champion of all time in North Dakota poker history.
Someone's going to walk out here with 40-some thousand.
41-3 with an extra 10,700.
Jerry Soiles is going to buy him into the main event.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
That's incredible.
Chad Weldon on the short stack is all in, and it is not going to get through Josh Unruh. He looks down at King.
Ran into it. Josh has basically every option in the
Josh
book. He can
just going to
rip
reshove all
flat,
in there.
Whatever he wants to do. Look down at the Cowboys at the FT. You live in life right.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. Paul Jane tight fold. 4-5 suit.
So here we go. Chad Weldon, his tournament life on the line with 8 players remaining.
Paul's not
He's
even gonna
got
watch
Jack
this
10.
board 'cause he folded 4.
He's up against King.
Ooh,
Flop
equity.
comes. Yeah, Queen Jack 5. He's got 4 clean outs at the top of your screen. Jack or a 10. Or runners to make a straight. 7 on the turn. He's got a Jack or a 10 to save his Casino State Championship. 3 of clubs. Brick City, and that'll do it for
Sick run by
Chad.
Chad. He grinded a short stack for a very long time.
Amazing
got into
run.
the FT.
Yes,
Very
amazing
well
run
done.
for Chad. $3,400 in change for 8th place. We are down to the final 7.
Uh-oh. There's going to be marital problems. Was that wife?
That
wife
was
dealing the dirty?
That sure was. Sure was.
Whoops. She's probably just going to quit her job midstream. I'm out. That's what I would have done. Ah, I quit. Game's rigged. That's probably what Paul's laughing about here. I'm sure he was going to just knock your husband out.
Yep.
Get him back for not doing the dishes.
He probably said, enjoy the couch when you get home. So less than an orbit in, and we're already down 2 players, as expected with these blinds, the way
There were
they are
7.
getting.
7 of the finest.
Yep. Currently, we've got just under $7 million for the largest stack and $3.2 million for the smallest. So not a huge discrepancy amongst these 7. So anything can happen at this
So
point.
was Lyle the one you told me you didn't know that you thought was Canadian?
Yeah, Lyle.
He's from South Dakota. I asked him earlier. So
Okay.
I don't remember the city he said he was
Lyle
from. but he came-
Bigler. Okay.
Yep, he came up from South.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen his name and picture at the Deadwood tournaments in the past.
I bet that's where I knew him from. 'Cause
Yeah.
He was talking to me like he knew me, and I didn't remember. But
Sure.
we probably played in Deadwood. I've had okay success in Deadwood. 3 for 3 cashes.
Folds to Jimmy.
My guy.
Uh-huh. Oh, the blinds. Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Okay.
Perfect.
Fair enough, Goose. Goose, the man.
Oh, yeah.
Goose is the man.
Definitely.
Goose puts all of this together. He's a wizard.
Oh, yeah. Goose and Jared, awesome. They're taking this production right to Vegas after this is all over with and streaming the FPN National Championship 1 week from today at the Golden Nugget. And your boy is playing.
You're playing in
I've
it,
got
huh?
the Friends and Family Pass. It's $40 to win $25K. That's pretty sweet.
I would take that.
That's
too.
pretty sweet.
I have to play the 7-1 free roll.
I hear you.
Yeah, that's a main event seat.
Yeah,
in a
for
free
sure. I
roll.
played it last year. I busted in about 20 minutes, but it was a
That's
pretty
fair.
great opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like I busted very quickly the last time I played.
In my defense, I got it in with an open-ended straight flush draw against the set, and Didn't work out.
Nobody's folding.
Didn't work out, so.
Never folded.
Yep.
I'll just run and throw $500 on a cash game and take it.
Oh, sure.
Take that hand. Run it.
For sure.
Jimmy.
Jimmy's in the cutoff, and he's going to be very active, but
he's going to run into the
he sure
goods.
is.
Paul Jane is going to probably rip all in here. He might 3-bet. I don't know how deep he is. He doesn't go all in, which is scarier. Like I said, it's super strong when you don't shove on his stack side. Like if it's me, the other guy, snap fold, and they say it because he didn't shove.
Right.
If he shoves and it's Paul Jane, you have a thought. Because Paul Jane will rip 3-5 in your face.
Yeah.
And then laugh.
But he makes it $1.3 million. And it's going to come back to Jimmy. He's going to show respect, show him an ace, and fold.
Folded pretty quickly. Oh, Paul showed him at 3. I guess he couldn't in that one.
Didn't have a bad one to show, except for the king.
Paul is now wishing he would have had 3-5 suited and done that, so he could show 3-5 suited.
Absolutely. Seven players remain here. $4,650 to the next player out. Then it jumps up to $6,000, $8,140, $10,700, $14,500, $21,400, and of course, including that WSOP main event package, is $52,000 waiting up top.
I wouldn't kick it out of bed. I'd probably just take it to the big O game.
Right.
Instantly. Spice it up a little bit.
Sure.
Paul Jane folding. Is Paul okay? He's folded a deuce 3 or 4 times.
It's hard to say. He knows how to shift gears.
That he does. Steve's got 5s. 3.5.
Yeah, folds to Steve in the small blind with 2 5s.
I think we're at 153 still, or 2-4. So he's got somewhere between 8 to 10 bigs here.
Right.
He's in the small blind, and they folded to him. Absolutely going to be an all-in. Yeah, just have to.
And Josh has a pretty strong hand after a small blind shove.
In this position, this is actually a really strong hand. Because it's just, Steve's an incredible player. He knows his ranges, and Steve can be shoving a bunch of hands worse.
Definitely.
Steve would shove King 5 suited here, King 6 suited here. Doesn't mean Josh is going to call it off. I probably do at this spot, but there's ICM.
Wow, yeah, there is.
But
he knows he's got several stacks under him.
That's a big thing. It was for his life if he calls it off.
Oh. Go for it. Yep. You can mute us and do that if you need to right now. Okay.
Seems like some of the they pulled some of the numbers off here because some of the numbers for the blinds are a little off.
Gotcha.
It's computer technology. Even though everyone's just here to listen to you and I, of course.
Exactly.
They're like, wait, Keith and Rob are talking on microphones? Is it 10:07 yet?
Yeah, he missed his cue. It's 10:12.
What is happening?
And you missed your seat.
He doesn't miss many 10-7 opportunities.
I know.
Have
Something's
you
going on
been
out
on
there.
the casino floor?
It is madness out there.
Popping.
Yeah.
It's probably just throwing jackpots out like crazy. It's New Year's.
Oh, yeah.
Spirit Lake doesn't like money anyway. They like to give it away.
They sure do. So Jimmy going to raise in early position with the king, queen.
Reasonable, 7-handed. And it can open that from anywhere. Well, Jimmy will just do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
You don't care.
Josh with the ace-4 in the small blind here. Not interested.
Fair.
Oh, Sam with 7s.
I imagine he's going to at least see a flop. He does have Jimmy about 2-1 in chips here.
He does slide out the call.
Reasonable in the spot. I mean, you can shove too if you want to. I think the only bad thing would be to fold.
Right.
Like, you got to see. Got sevens. We got to see if there's a slot machine out there.
Definitely.
You're at Spirit Lake. 7-7-7. That's a really good flop for sevens, actually.
Definitely a good flop for sevens. Jimmy looking at a 9-5-5.
Jimmy's probably going to bet. I really haven't seen him check back very often when it gets checked to him.
Yeah, he loves to keep the aggression when he is in a hand.
Sam.
$750K.
Sam could do anything here, man. I kind of feel like he's going to rip it. But it's hard to say with Sam. Yeah.
He is sliding in
He's
the
not
call.
folding.
He likes that flop. Let's
Does
see
Jimmy
if he
have backdoors here? No, he doesn't. So Jimmy needs a king or a queen at 10 or jack would give him some equity. He's already heavily invested into the pot. Jack, it's going to be tough to... Now we get a weird spot. Jimmy turns equity here. He's got half pot behind him, maybe? It's hard to say.
Yeah.
1, 2, he's got a roughly pot behind him, I think.
So he does check back.
He
And he's
checks the
got a
back.
free
He's gonna
look
take
at a
the
king, queen, or a
equity.
10. But it's a
There's
4.
It is going to be very tough to get Sam off this hand the way the hand's played.
We'll see if Sam wants to check and leave his hand as a bluff catcher or go for some thin value, because I don't think there's a scenario where he
Checks.
bets sevens and a better hand folds.
And he
on
gets a
this
check
board.
back. Seven's going to take it down.
Yeah,
Well played, Sam.
he's happy with that. I like that line for sure. Give him a little bit of rope on the river and figure out
It's a
what
big
makes
thing.
sense.
When you're chip leader and you have chips like that, your goal is to get to the rivers.
shot with me too, so I did 130. Now we're ready. Let's go.
Anybody here not want a shot right now?
I'm gonna go yes twice.
Jake even say yes.
Jake wants a shot.
Fucking Weingart. Yes, me.
All right, we're going to pick things back up here with 7 remaining in the RPT Casino State Championship. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
I'd say yeah. Yeah, basics, yeah.
All right, still playing 150, 300, 300 big blind ante, shuffle up and deal. There's 10 more minutes left in this level, then we're going to 2 and 4.
All right, here we go. 150K, 300K. Folds to Josh Unruh on the button. He's got 9-7. He folds. Sam in the small blind has ace king. He is going to raise it up. $775,000 over to Lyle. Timberlake, South Dakota's Lyle Bigler. Oh, yeah, we did have a few technical issues that we were working out there with the graphics and the numbers. So a little extra downtime for you viewers. Sorry about that. It is what it is. Technology sometimes doesn't want to cooperate. But we're bringing this thing to you from now to the finish, I hope, with everything smooth sailing. 7 players left. Who's it going to be? Once again, Josh Unruh. He has a chance to pull the ultimate walk-off from 20th place on the RPT leaderboard. all the way to first place and player of the year if he is to win this tournament. So very exciting. We'll follow along with that. And Henry is all in with ace queen of spades. And Josh may be in trouble. He looks down at ace jack. The good thing for Josh, yeah, he makes a good fold as he's got a lot of players left behind him still to act. And it's going to fold all the way around. So Henry going to pad his stack there for an extra $750K. On to the next one. Let's see what we've got here. Ace 10 for Josh Unruh in the hijack. He's going to make the fold. Not interested in getting himself in a pickle there. Folds to Jimmy in the small blind. He's going to complete. Paul's got his favorite hand, 5-3, dressed up in diamonds. And he checks it. Flop comes king, 7, deuce. Nothing for anyone. Jimmy gonna lead out there for $350K. And Paul's gonna get out of the way. Pot over to Jimmy Hadley. It is getting rowdy out there on the floor. The last chance tournaments at the final table. They are hooting and hollering. The casino floor itself is crazy. It is 80 minutes away from New Year's Eve. Josh gonna raise it to 675 with ace-8 of clubs. Jimmy is gonna call with the king-8 of spades on the button. Excuse me, the jack-10 of spades. Paul Jane's got the king-8 offsuit and folds, as does Henry in the big blind, so heads up. Josh currently out in front with ace-8 of clubs. Flop comes king-9-3. Josh gonna check it, and Jimmy checks back. Turn is a 9. Josh checks again, and now Jimmy is going to pounce, it looks like. Jimmy gonna bet 650 on that turn. And he is gonna take that pot. So on to the next hand here. What do we got going on? Lyle folding from the hijack. Jimmy folding. Paul, Hall of Fame Paul Jane on the button. He folds, so Henry Anderson in the small blind. He's got king. And he is just going to make the call. Wow, Steve goes all in with the 10-7, and Henry going to snap call with the king. He steps right into it. Here we go. 10-7 for Steve. Kings for Henry. His rail is loving it. Can Steve find magic with the 10-7 to send Henry packing? Let's find out. Flop comes Jack 4-4. Great flop for Henry's 98% to win. Needs to fade running 10s, running 7s, or running straight cards. 10 on the turn. All of a sudden, he's got 2 outs. Running 10s would send him home. 6 on the river, though. Kings for Henry. Kings for King Henry. Huge double up to 6.8 million. And that limp on the button worked wonders, getting the full double up from Steve's 10-7. Okay. Gotcha. That was awesome. It folds around to Henry in the small blind. He just completes with kings, and Steve rips his option with 10-7. Yeah, he played it awesome. And Steve lost. He's down. He turned a 10. He could have went running 10s. Flop was Jack 4-4. Back to it. Sam Fondrick under the gun, ace queen. He raises to 1 million. Looks like our blinds have increased to 200K, 400K. Uh-oh. Paul Jane looking down at ace jack. Okay, perfect. Paul with a superstar fold.
Go Sam, baby. Yeah, let's do it, man.
There's a reason why we have a rail there. That doesn't mean stand over here.
No horns.
You're still not listening. Help.
Folding around to the blinds, Josh has queen 4 of clubs. Josh raising to 875, and Sam has 5-3 of spades in the big blind, and he is not interested in that one. Steve Bellend with just under 2 big blinds now. Lyle Bigler, the second shortest, at 9 1/4 big blinds. Sam Fondrick out in front currently with 8.5 million. On to the next, Jimmy Hadley. Pocket sixes under the gun. Paul Jane, another disciplined laydown with the ace-9. Mostly because he knows there are stacks ready to drop here. Steve's got 2 bigs. There's no way he is going to get himself in a pickle while Steve is sitting there. that short. So Steve does folds to Josh on the button, Jack 7. Not interested.
Happy New Year, man. Great place. See you on the next one. See you, Sonny. See ya. You have something every time. Well, I have something this time. I think that's all that matters right now.
Once again, next player out is going to get $4,650. $6,000 for 6th place. $81.40 for 5th place. $10,700 for 4th. $14,500 for 3rd place. $21,400 for 2nd. $41,300 for 1st, alongside a $10,700 WSOP main event prize package. Grand total of $52,000. And those guys are having a ball at the second last chance final table. An absolute riot out there. Steve all in. 750,000. Jimmy calls from the big blind with 10-9. Let's see these hands. Steve has queen 10 of spades. In good shape to get back to 5 big blinds. Can he do it? Ace, 8, deuce. Good flop for Steve. King of spades on the turn. He needs to fade an offsuit 9. 3 outs. 3 of diamonds on the river. Steve Belland back to 2.1 million. Most people, when they stand up, they start putting on their coat when they're about to leave. Steve pulled the trick where he stood up and started buttoning up his shirt, but he's going to sit back down. He's going to let that chest breathe here on this final table, stuck at 7 remaining.
It's a slim peanut gallery today, but I'll do my best.
What do you mean by slim?
Context, baby, context.
Right, no, okay.
That joke was a little thin to be targeted towards you.
I didn't know the meaning of that. Oh, it's the side guy. Not over there with horn guy.
Henry finds 2 sevens under the gun. He's going to raise to 900,000. Steve, who just found the double up back to 2.1 million, has ace 5 of spades, and he makes a disciplined laydown there. Folds around to Jimmy Hadley in the big blind, and that will end things on this hand. Oh, no, excuse me. Paul Jane finds ace king in the big blind. Things are far from over. He's going to slide out the call for $500K. Six, eight, deuce, an air ball for Paul. Great flop for the 2 sevens of Henry Anderson. He bet 700K, and Paul is getting some calling chips ready, it looks like. Things are getting expensive for Paul in this hand. This pot is up to 3.8 million. Can he find an ace or a king on its turn? 4 of diamonds. He checks it once more. And all in is the bet from Henry. Paul Jane would have to call off his tournament life with ace king high. He is going to think better of it and let it go. Josh Unruh, king jack of spades, under the gun +1. He's going to slide out the raise. Paul Jane pocket 5s in the small blind. Does he want to peel? He is going to fold. Jimmy Hadley looking down at Jack 10 of spades in the cutoff. He's going to raise it up. To 900,000. A suited ace for Henry. He is going to fold from the small. And Steve in the big blind on the short stack has 10-8. To step out of the booth here after this hand, folks. Enjoy the sweet, sweet silence for a few hands. I will be back as soon as this one wraps up. Step out. About to step in? I was just about to step out. You got Jerry Sorrells coming in, guys. Perfect timing. He will wrap up this hand for you. We are 7 remaining. I'll see you guys soon.
All right, 7 players remain until we crown your Rough Rider Poker Tour Casino State Champion here 2023. So we got some exciting poker to be going here. Big blinds, large blinds, big stacks, big hands. I'm excited to call the action here. I'm going to have Brian Peck here join me in the booth from Dakota Poker Tour. Brian, how are you doing this evening?
I was going to ask you, how the heck are you?
You know, I'm fantastic. Ready to bring in this new year with the most prestigious Rough Rider Poker Tour final table we've ever had.
Big time.
Largest poker tournament in North Dakota poker history, over $220,000 prize pool. And oh my gosh, Lyle folded 10-7.
I can't believe it. What is he doing?
The graphics must be wrong on
They
this
have
one.
to be.
There's no way he would fold that, but
he did.
I guess he did. So I won't question it. I'll just wonder what's going on.
Yeah, well, I was just running camera for the last half hour, and I heard Keith go, and I'm going to step away, so you guys enjoy the sweet, sweet silence. And I said, oh, hell no. And I was going to come back here and be like, bet you thought it was going to be silent.
Looks like Steve Bellin moved all in for $800K, and Josh called. This was blind on blind. Josh found the king high, and he made the call.
So trying to steal the blind there?
Yep, he was definitely trying to steal it there, but I mean, Josh knew the king high was good at that point, or thought he could be. Flop comes queen 4-7. Steve's going to need a 9 or a 5. Some kind of straight cards are a possibility too. We'll see what happens. 4 on the turn. He's got 6 outs now, but it can't be a diamond, so he's got 4 outs. 9 or a 5, and it's got to be a black card. 3 of diamonds. That will not do it. Josh is going to make a flush with king deuce there.
Wow.
To bust Steve Bellin in 7th place.
6 players remaining in this historic championship event.
Wow, what a pot there for Josh. So if you guys didn't catch it earlier, Josh does have a chance also to become the 2023 Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year, but he has to win this tournament.
That was the only person, wasn't it?
Correct. When we got down to 3 tables, that was the only thing left, even with the last chance tournament going on, which is a points event. Also, $8,000 up top just in the last chance tournament today we had. Great turnout there.
It's a ruckus group over
It's
there.
a ruckus
My
group. They're
God.
fast approaching New Year's Eve here, just under an hour away, and they are really enjoying themselves. They're four-handed, and they are very loud.
It seems more like a bunch of buddies over there playing poker than $8,000
Yeah,
on
you
the
wouldn't
line.
think that they're playing for that much, but they certainly are.
It's a lot of chips on the table. My goodness. These pots are just going to get bigger and bigger as the blinds level increase. What is that, $1 million to finance, or chips to finance one orbit around the table?
Looks like Paul opened up here to 950K in the hijack. Folded around to Josh in the small blind. He's got King 9 offsuit. I don't think he'll defend here out of position against Paul. Yep, he gives it away. Sam in the big blind, he's got 9-5. Guesses he will also send that to the muck as he does.
So Paul Jane, first Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Fame inductee.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't write it any better for Paul Jane. Like I said earlier during the speeches this morning, I called him 10 months ago, and I said, Paul, what are you doing for New Year's? I'm going to need you at Spirit Lake Casino and Resort. I got a plan. And he didn't even question me, didn't ask why, didn't ask what are we doing. He said, you know what, Jerry, I'll be there.
I'll be there. I love it.
So here he is, his first Rough Rider Poker Tour event in 2 years. He moved out of state. You couldn't write it any better. Gets inducted into the Rough Rider Poker Tour Hall of Fame this morning, makes the final table, still has a chance to win it. 6 players remain. And I can't wait to finish watching this epic conclusion.
Yeah, and a very strong table of players. These guys have outlasted a field that I can only describe as Herculean.
Exactly, yep. Jimmy Hadley there in seat 9. He came all the way from Butte, Montana, about 12 hours. When we go to our Montana events, Jimmy plays in a lot of those, if not all of them. So we've known he's a very talented player for a lot of years because he crushes those Montana events. So made a lot of final tables there. He's got a very analytical approach to the game, very mathematic, and he crushes. So it's not luck. It's not a surprise. It's not luck. It's not a surprise. It seems standard this year at this final table. He's going to open it up with Ace-9 offsuit. Paul there's as he folded Ace-8 offsuit. He does not want to get involved, get tangled with that sort of hand. Now pocket 3s here for Sam. I don't really think he has enough chips to set mine. Now he could possibly try, but I don't think he will. Yep, he's going to lay it down. Set mining out of position, not laying good enough odds there, I would think, for him to call. So he did get out of the way. Now Lyle is doing something here in the big blind.
Does look like he's counting chips.
Yeah. Not sure if he's taking inventory here or if he's posturing or thinking about playing. We will find out. He does have 10-6 offsuit, so not a strong holding, but you never know. Jimmy's right next to him. Do you need me or no? Just one of them. Just grab one and bring back. Oh, yeah. Just any of the other. Yeah, he does get out of the way there, so he was posturing a bit. Not sure if he was just biding his time there. But he did lay it down, pot over to Jimmy.
Yeah, can you maybe inform us on why players might do that, even with a hand they know they're probably going to fold?
The reason why a player might do that is they want Jimmy to second guess the next time he raise his big blind, essentially. He's basically saying that he's willing to put up a fight. I know players that will purposely do that.
Steve Bellin did that every hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hoping that the next guy will he'll next time he does think about raising your blind, he's going to remember that fact and doesn't want to get tangled into a pot. You know, people love to attack players' big blinds that they know are just going to easily give them up.
Mhm.
You know.
So it just makes them sweat a little bit, and you know, you're just sweating a call, and that's what you don't want if you're trying to steal them.
Josh here with King Jack in the cutoff. He will probably open it up here. Lines are 2 and 4. Probably. Oh wow, he's just going to lay it down. Interesting. He's playing snug. You know, he doesn't want to get involved. He knows that Player of the Year prize is right up there. He would hate to open up and get 3-bet here and have to lay it down. So he was just going to play conservative and let it go. Sam, however, not playing conservative. I'm going to take the raise away that Josh was going to do with Jack 5, and it gets through.
Yeah, probably seeing Lyle in there with 1.7. Another player ahead of him with a sizable chip stack. Doesn't want to get caught in a 3-way or a all in, and then you have to defend that.
Yeah, Lyle's for sure. Lyle's got 4 big blinds here. He's on life support. He does have the button now. So he's going to get a few free hands here, but he's going to have to pick up a hand or make a move here quickly. So once again, viewers, thank you for tuning in. 200+ live viewers right now, waiting to watch the conclusion of the Rough Rider Poker Tour Casino State Championship. 1,304 entries. Prize pool, $221,680. First place here is getting $41,300. Plus a $10,700 WSOP main event seat package. So 52 grand.
That's insane.
It's huge. It's definitely a ton of money on the line here. So can't wait to see what happens. Now we saw Josh fold King Jack offsuit here. One hand earlier when it folded to him. Now Josh is picking up 7-8 of hearts. He's going to lay it down. Same reasoning there. You know, he doesn't want to get involved into a pot really. He just would like to let's see the other players battle and ladder it up. Now Lyle here, yes, he's moving in. This is the move. 4 big blinds, 6-5 of clubs. I don't hate it at all. He's got 4 bigs and it folded to him. Oh wow, he's going to get looked up here, guys. Paul makes the call. Wow. Ace Queen for Paul. Lyle's not in horrible shape here. He's got live cards. As you can see, 66% for Paul. Lyle, 34. Flop comes deuce, 4-7. Wow, he's got an open ender as well as a live 6 or a 5 plus backdoor clubs he can catch.
Got a lot of outs.
Jack of hearts still needs a 3, 8, 5, or 6. He's got 9 outs. Some of his outs are folded. 3 on the river to make the nuts.
Wow.
The absolute nuts this hand. 5-6.
Paul, hand in the face, disgusted with that river. Lyle sitting still, not jumping for joy. I was hoping he would be. But he's definitely happy to still be alive at a shot to win that massive first place prize.
Yeah, that's going to really even things out even more.
Paul's going to be just under $3 million. Once had a formidable stack, but now looking at the smallest stack on the table.
Lyle stacks him up. Could have been out just like that. Instead, he's right back in the thick of things. Still going at it for that 52 G's up top.
Do you know where Josh is from?
Minot.
Minot.
Yeah. Josh has won already a few tournaments this year for us. That's why he was I believe around 20th on the leaderboard going into this. So he's had a good year so far on the tour, looking to obviously make it a fantastic finish. Sam here opening up with 6s on the hijack. He's going to get over to Paul in the small blind. Now, Paul's got 2.7 here. I think he laid it down. Yep, yeah, he folded. Yep.
Yeah, the important thing is you lose a chunk of your chip stack. The last thing you want to do in this position is make a call that is out of the norm for you.
Yeah, make a hasty decision, you know. So Paul's going to regroup here. He's a good enough player. I mean, he's an amazing player, but I mean, he's upper echelon where he can.
He doesn't fall into that trap.
Correct.
So
yeah,
easily.
he can shake it off. He can recover, and I think we will see that happen.
We got just over 200 people on the live stream. I keep saying so-and-so is watching. Just coming down the live stream. If you think you're watching from the farthest distance from Devil's Lake, go ahead and comment where you are watching.
Paul here moving all in. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Paul ships it with King 8 just as we're talking about it. He moves all in from the button.
Oh, no.
And Henry wakes up with jiggities.
Henry slowly assessing.
He calls. Oh, my gosh. Josh has got 10s in the big. This is button on small blind on big. Now, Henry had just called. If he would have shoved, I think Josh could make a very easy decision to fold.
Almost a no-brainer.
Yes. Now he's got a tough one. I mean, the way that I see him playing, I think Josh will lay it down, but I don't know.
That already happened. If you heard that come through, that already happened 15 minutes ago. We've been at it for 15 minutes here. Wow, what does Josh do? Got all the time in the world.
Yeah, I don't see how Josh just calls here. If he's going to get in, he should jam. He's going to be putting in too many of his chips. It's 2.2 to call, and Henry's only got a total of 4.6, right? So that's his total of 4.6. So he's
4.6 is his total.
So he's got 2.2 behind, essentially, right?
Yes.
So Josh did fold.
Wow.
Huge fold there, and he was right.
That right there is why he's on the final table. Smart decisions like that. I would have immediately went all in and then been immediately crushed. Five on the turn. Paul's life is not looking good. Needs a king and a king only. 6 on the river. Henry Anderson eliminates Paul Jane. Wow. Unfortunate place to have someone wake up with jacks. But outstanding performance by Paul. Coming all the way from Eau Claire, you said?
Yes, Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
$6,000 for Paul Jane. That will more than cover the expenses here this weekend. Hall of Fame inductee. What a great story.
Absolutely. No surprise he's at the final table. Hell of a run by Paul Jane. I know he would have liked to finish even higher. He'd like to take home that bracelet. But still an amazing run, $6,000 in his pocket.
Do you know if Paul played all 4 flights or?
No, I do not know.
Okay.
But he did double bag. He got his $710
So
bonus.
he played a minimum of 2 flights.
Mm-hmm.
Gets the double bag. Jimmy Hadley with ace-9 offsuit. Them some raising chips. Is that a raise to 925,000 over to Henry Anderson? Suited connector, 6-7.
Speculative hand here. I don't think we'll see him call. I mean, stacks are just so big where he does get out of the way. Josh will fold as well. And as will Sam, so Jimmy will scoop that pot.
Just under 3.5 minutes left on this blind level. Next blind level looks to be 300,000, 600, 600. It is getting very expensive to play. Where these well, there aren't really too many short stacks per se. Henry Anderson is in the lead with 10.6 mil. Sam Fandrick in second currently. Lyle Beegler sitting in at the bottom with 3.2 million.
Jimmy gonna open it up again here.
Same raise, 925.
Yep.
Josh will fold, Sam folds. Lyle 525 to call. Out of the big blind, just a little too expensive. I don't think we've seen a just a called pot. There's been nothing like that. It's raising all ins or nothing.
For sure, stacks are so shallow. Like I was mentioning earlier, even set mining with a hand like pocket threes, it's just too much of your chips to call and then just fold the flop. Either you should be re-raising, and basically, I mean, yeah, you should be, re-raising pots. It's just calling and trying to make a hand at this point, trying to hit a flop. Not a great play. You are trying to be the aggressor. You are trying to make a monster hand by playing a monster hand or being the aggressor and taking it down pre-flop or just on the flop.
And I guess that's one of those experience things that comes with these players is, yeah, I can play with a million chips and the blinds are so low and this field is, more people in the field currently. But then when you get down to the final table, the economies of scale kind of tightens up a bit, and a million in chips is, well, it would be terrible right now.
8 big blinds is absolutely incredibly valuable at this point. Whereas 40, 50 people, even higher, obviously 8 big blinds is, you feel like it's absolutely nothing. And it is in relation to all the big blinds in play in the tournament. But when you get down, there's only so many big blinds even left. Every chip is so valuable.
So Sam raises to 950,000. We're going to play Guess Those Cards with Lyle Beegler.
Ooh, this is the Jack Slink Beef Slink Jerky mystery hand.
Mystery hand.
He's going to fold. Oh, she's asking to put him back on the card reader there, so.
Doggone it, might have another dead card. That pesky technology, I tell you. Just 35 minutes left until the new year rings in. Thank you to all 200-plus people who are tuning in to celebrate the new year.
What are you going to do to celebrate the new year, Brian?
I am going to put $5 in a slot machine.
Wow. Go crazy.
Because that's all I have left.
Well, Well, you put in a lot of hours this weekend working, Brian.
Yeah, this is the most
Yeah.
hours I've ever put in consecutively on a weekend of poker
Awesome.
in my entire
and
life.
You just loved it, right?
Once you're in it, it's fun.
Exactly.
The atmosphere, the camaraderie with all the players. The spirits are just so high. Everyone's so nice. Not a single asshole all weekend, as it should be.
Exactly. Well, yeah,
So-
I can't tell you how much we're glad to have you. So thanks for coming and thanks
Absolutely.
for putting in the hours with us. We're gonna need to see you in Harvey in about 2 weeks. Is that okay?
2 weeks?
Yeah, right after you come back from Vegas.
That will be like
We're doing the live stream again in Harvey.
Really?
Yeah,
that's right. You
yes, we are.
We are.
Yes.
That's another RPT DPT co-sponsored event.
Absolutely. It's going to be fantastic. Not an asshole in the building.
No. Yeah.
Oh, we got a hand here. Lyle raised on the button with King 8 of spades. Jimmy called in the small blind here with 8-6 of diamonds.
And he's got the chips to do it. Can only do this once or twice, though, before it really hurts, unless he scoops a pot. Henry Anderson doesn't want any part of that. So we'll go 2 ways to a flop. Jacks!
Wow, Jack, Jack, Jack. Options on Jimmy. He will check. Lyle moves all in. Great shove there by Lyle. King high's got to be good there in that scenario.
Oh, yeah.
You would think if Jimmy had an ace or a pair, he would have re-raised him or bet out on the flop. But when he's giving you that opportunity there, there's already so much in the middle. You got to make a jam for it, and Lyle made the right move. We're going to get a one Jessica out and another Jessica in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Deja vu?
Exactly.
We'll see about Harvey. That'll be 7 weekends in a row that I am traveling. I have not been home for a weekend in quite some time. Spent a couple weekends in Europe recently.
Wow, how was that?
It was a good time. Went to Greece and then Amsterdam for a couple days.
Oh, wow.
Then it was Christmas weekend. Went to Denver to visit the girlfriend's parents quick, or not, her family.
Okay, and now you're here at Spear Lake
now
Casino enjoying
here.
the largest poker tournament in North Dakota poker history.
Enjoying.
Wow, what a
for sure.
run you've been on.
Vegas next weekend
Yeah,
for the FPN
wow.
National Championship at the Golden Nugget. Yeah, and then one more weekend. I might just have to suck it up for the G-Man, Goose in the back, and Jared. They've been grinding for sure.
When is that company Christmas party happening?
Tonight.
Tonight, there it is.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
call up Brooke. Get him down.
Yeah. Lyle Beagler, 600 to call. Too much for him in that hand. Jimmy will fold.
I'm going to step out here for a couple minutes, Brian. I will
Yes,
be right
sir.
back.
I can handle. You're good. Jerry, a busy man. Love having him step into the booth. You'll definitely hear more from him later. He's currently managing 2 tournaments. This main one and our last chance tournament should be wrapping up shortly, unless it already has. Last I looked before I got in here, there was about 4 people left. That was a 100, I believe 60 or so player field. Also, if you're in the area and want to stop on down, watch some live action of our final table, you can do that. And you want to play some poker, we do have some cash games going in the back. I believe PLO and Hold'em. Josh will fold. 600K to call for Jimmy. Suited connectors, I believe this is a raise. Meanwhile, Henry gets out of the way. Oh, Josh must have checked or made the original, made a bet. Jimmy raised him. Over to Sam with Jack King suited. We'll probably see a call or a re-raise here. Just a call. And those red plaques you see are 100,000 plaques. The maroon chips are 25K. Every time I've seen pictures from Rough Rider with these plaques, I thought they were millions, but they are just 100,000. Flop comes deuce 10-3, 2 spades. Jimmy Hadley picking up the spade draw. Sam Fandrick checks. Jimmy Hadley will bet out to the tune of 850,000. Sam will go ahead and fold, not catching any piece of that flop. Nice little exchange of chips there in a raised pot. Better than just the blinds and antes. Jimmy's chip stack is looking awfully big right now. Jimmy will be first to act in this next hand. He will look down. I'll tell you, Jimmy's Jack 6 offsuit, and he wants nothing of it. Henry Anderson, Ace 7 suited. Might be a little out of position to do anything with this hand. However, we are 5-handed. The range of cards that you might play does open up a little bit, or what might be considered a premium hand. There it is. Henry will make a raise to 1.4 million. Josh will fold. Sam Fandrick looking at Ace 3 offsuit. Not good enough to call that sizing of a raise. Lyle will surely fold as well. Does expose a 3. We saw a 3. Henry Anderson is our chip leader right now. He is up over 11 million, 18 big blinds. Lyle Beegler now still looking at needing a double up pretty soon. Does cost 150 or 1.5 million to finance one orbit around the table. And as I always say, I know that's not the metric, it's by the big blinds, but I always go by what it costs to finance a whole orbit, because players have to pay that out too. It's just as important. Henry Anderson will be first to act. He'll fold over to Josh. Josh looking out at Queen 3. We'll probably see a fold here. Lyle. What does he have? There he is, Jack King offsuit. Yeah, those cards must go over a very specific part on the table. it's a pretty good sized box to put the cards on, but there is a reader underneath there that will tell us what cards each player has. Lyle will scoop up a pot of blinds and antes, adding 1.5 million to his stack. Much needed. This is a RPT and DPT co-sponsored event. Players will be receiving points for both leaderboards. There's been a number of co-sponsored events throughout this season and last, so players don't really have to always choose which tournament do I want to go to. It's been a very nice partnership between the two companies. And Jerry has, the prodigal son has returned.
Glad to be back. Had to put out a couple fires out on the floor, but we're good to go now.
Good thing the floor is fire retardant.
Exactly. I don't think you can say that word anymore, Brian.
It's not about that.
Okay, all right.
Just saw some pocket nines and nothing really happening. So
okay, raise and take it.
No big deal. Henry is still our large stack at the table.
Josh has got 10 big blinds. Lyle's got 7 big blinds.
And Sam and Jimmy have 11.
Henry, your chip leader now, sitting in the catbird seat there, but you know, as you can see there, there's only 57 total big blinds in play.
That number is only going to shrink unless there is
Here comes
a very
Sam.
late registration allowed.
Yes. Yeah, if you could buy in right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Sam Fandrick here picking up Big Slick.
Ooh, baby.
We'll see if he can get any action here.
You know, it used to be that all the players' cards popped up on the screen, but this just adds even more suspense as to what kind of monsters may be lying underneath other players' hands. Jimmy and Henry likely to fold. Over to Josh. "21 minutes left until the new year. Holy smokes. I don't know if there's anything to do on the stream. We could try to play a song, but then we'll get copyright infringement and shut down
we
the
better
whole
not.
thing.
Oh, I just got word out there that from Mott, North Dakota, Lance Olson just won your last chance tournament.
Wow.
For $8,000. Lance, one of the nicest guys. I mean, there's so many nice guys out on tour. They're just, it's unbelievable. But he is literally one of the nicest guys. A lot of fun. A great man to party. So I guarantee you here in 20 minutes or less, he's already partying.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's going to be ringing in the new year in a large way. $8,000 richer.
Yeah, that last chance tournament, when it got down to the final table, it was kind of just, let's go into party mode. We're having fun. It's not even about the money anymore. Let's just party with our friends.
Well, I did hear when these guys came back six-handed in this final table, there was a couple shots involved on break, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I almost ran into someone carrying them. That's how many. "19 minutes.
I'm going to go congratulate Lance here. He's
Yes,
getting
yes.
paid out.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy Hadley will raise to 1.3 million with ace-6 offsuit. Henry Anderson, ace-9 offsuit, will fold. Josh Unruh, 1 million to call with pocket threes. Josh will fold. Over to Sam, who will also likely fold. And move on to our next hand, 18 minutes till the new year. Was walking around the casino earlier tonight. There is a special buzz in the air. The entire casino also is very lively and ready to party and to bring on the new year.
So I did just talk to Lance Olson here. He's getting paid out as $8,000 for winning the Last Chance tournament. He's going to pop in here. We're going to get a quick couple words, and Lance going to talk to the live stream viewers here. He's on cloud 9. I tell you what.
Might be 10.
Might be.
It might be 10. Henry Anderson, ace-8 offsuit. I'm a big fan of standing as well while we're back here in commentary.
Yeah.
Sitting today, dealing.
I wasn't going to tell him you were standing, but I'm glad you did.
Well, now you know, folks. I am standing in the booth. Josh Unruh, Queen 10 offsuit. He'll fold. So here seems like I was just going to say,
ooh,
I will hold my tongue.
Uh-oh.
Lyle Beegler.
He is probably ripping it here. It's $800K for him to call. He's only 3.5 in his stack. You would hate to see him. You know, it's too shallow for you to just call 800, leave yourself at 2.7, and then fold the flop in any scenario. So,
yeah, make Henry make that decision pre-flop.
Exactly. Put him to the test. I mean, when you got ace queen here, you want to see all 5 cards too. Wow, he's just going to call.
Just a call. Wow.
Now we'll see how it plays out. Sometimes I've seen an ace flop in this scenario, and then he gets paid off. But I mean, if this flop comes dry, he's out of position.
Hey, it's nice to see a flop, though.
Yes, it is. Jack 5-5. So here's a scenario. We'll see what Lyle's going to do.
Queen kicker still in play.
He might want to try to take control of the spot here, but if he checks, I mean, he's giving Henry the green light to take control of it. There it is. He's giving Henry the green light. Let's see what Henry's going to do. He does move all in here. See, this is what I'm saying. By just calling there with Lyle, he's giving that option to himself to be able to call and then fold. And the pot represents, calling that 800 represents so much of his chip stack.
Yeah, that jack is scary. He does know if he does call, he does have 2 overs to the board.
It's a paired board flop. It's not impossible for him to call here if he doesn't put Henry already on a pocket pair or flopping a jack there. It'd be pretty much impossible to put him on a 5 in this scenario. So if he doesn't put him on a pocket pair, puts him on a hand like king queen, jack 10, hand like a smaller ace, he can call off here. So it'll be interesting to see what Lyle does.
Being four-handed, though, that range of hand does open up to where an ace-8, an ace is just, it is good.
Right.
Period.
So, yeah, definitely Henry could have a lot of weaker aces. He's coming in for an interview.
We will get you on here. We have a hand brewing, an all-in, and an all-in to call from Lyle.
Pending big action here, depending what Lyle does.
You have permission to sit in the think tank, Lyle. He makes the call. He's going to love what he sees.
Brian, do you think he's going to call?
I don't think he is.
Yeah, wow, he folded it.
Dang.
See, just represented too much of his chips there to call and fold the flop. Now he's going to be, I mean, he's essentially crippled. He's got on just under 5 big blinds, so.
Yeah, it's kind of where he just was a few hands before he picked up a little pot. But we have a winner. Let me give you my microphone and let Jerry talk to you for a bit.
Yes, we do have fresh from Mott, North Dakota here, right off winning the last chance tournament here at Spirit Lake Casino for $8,000 is Lance Olson. Lance, how are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling very well.
That's good. Good to hear. What was the winning hand that you won the tournament with?
Pocket sevens.
Of course, pocket sevens.
Yep.
Did you happen to hit a 7?
Yep.
Nice.
I think I turned it.
Unbelievable. When did you buy into the tournament today? How early?
Max late.
Max late, Rich?
Yep.
All right. Just slide in there at the right time,
spun it up.
spin it up.
Just
Oh,
spun it
speaking of pocket sevens, here's Henry. He's got 2 sevens. He's your chip leader. I'd imagine he's going to make a raise here because you never know. You might hit a 7.
You may hit one.
You know, might hit a 7,
Absolutely.
win a tournament, so.
Very good tournament, though. You guys do a very good job.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You know, when you love what you do, it's that much easier.
That 100%. I'm with you. 100 folds, Jerry. I love what I do. Wouldn't do another thing.
Perfect.
That's why you're good at what you do. I mean, bottom line.
Bottom line is Henry makes it 1.4 million. Josh folds. Sam will also fold. Yeah, so Lyle folds now, so he's going to have 4 big blinds of the button. Now, he was in this position earlier when he had 4 big blinds of the button, and then he was able to find a double. But the blinds are coming around a little quicker now. There's still 6 players, right, Brian?
There is 6 left.
Yes. Yep. So he's got a few free hands here, but he's going to have to find a hand like he did earlier or find a good spot. Oh, yeah, he found a good spot last time. He shipped it with 5-6, remember? And then he rivered to 3, flopped open-ender, rivered to 3 for the nuts.
That is correct. I remember that now.
You were there for that one.
I was there.
Yeah, that was this year, but in about 13 minutes, it's going to be next year. We're going to be ringing in the new year.
Which is crazy how fast the time goes.
Absolutely.
I could not have said it better myself.
One too many bush lattes.
No, it sounds like you had probably the right amount if you won the tournament. Just the perfect amount.
So where does this win rank in your poker career?
I think the last time I played was last year at this time. So
This is your biggest cash, I'm sure, right?
Yeah,
8 grand? Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. What a way to bring in the new year, huh?
yeah, it's pretty good. Bagged some chips, got to play in here, got 53rd, and then on the second chance, I guess.
Yeah, wow, there
Max
you
late
go.
reg
There's
and-
Max late reg, and here you
I
are,
know.
champion.
Well, I mean, what do you say? That's how it worked.
It's not really a Cinderella. I'd love to say it's a Cinderella
No, it's not.
story, but it's not. It's
But I'm fine with AK on the weekend. I'm good with that. I mean,
King 3, both hands.
Oh, the battle of King Threes. I love to see this action.
for sure.
This is what
Should
I'm
be
here
some-
for.
Yeah. Should be a good hand.
The 3 on the flop.
On the river.
On the river.
3 Queen Jack. Both flop bottom pair. Like I said, Jimmy is a very active player, loves to put chips in the pot. I was telling Brian earlier, we know Jimmy from when we go play in Billings, Montana. A lot of our Montana events, he plays them, and he's a crusher. Like, it's not a surprise that he's at this final table.
Right on.
Bet of
Well, good for
6
Jimmy.
Yeah, bet a 675.
Wow.
Henry to call. Bottom pair.
Yeah, he's going to look him up here.
Wow.
You know, I'm going to say this, that they are not going to, I would guess that they're not going to chop this pot. It's going to be whoever who wants it more. Turn comes the deuce. Wow, that's an interesting card here. the only card that's obviously going to pop up to be an under of their pair, so we'll see. Jimmy checks. I do think Jimmy's essentially waving the white flag here with that check, but Henry checks as well. At the river, we're going to see who wants him more. A 9 of hearts brings in a couple possible straight possibilities. If somebody had, you know, 8, King 10, 8-10 potentially on the flop. So I think whoever's going to, yep, Jimmy's going to fire, and I would beg to say that I think that's going to win the pot.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's going to be a difficult call here for Henry, and I'm not sure how much he bet. He bet 700K, so not a ton, 700 into 3.9, and yeah, he will fold. There it is. They did not chop the pot. The one who put in chips next after that flop bet won it. Sometimes that's all you got to do. To be the aggressor, obviously, you put in chips first.
That makes
and that's
sense.
exactly how you ran roughshod over the last chance tournament, right,
Yeah,
Lance?
for sure. Just got my chips in and
then got them back.
Stacked up.
Got them back, yeah.
Got them all back.
Yeah.
So who were you heads up against?
I don't know. I think he's from maybe Minnesota. I don't know. I don't know. We called him Alabama all night.
That's the 52nd state of maybe Minnesota.
Yeah, okay.
And he was from Alabama.
Mm.
Oops. I mean, they're close. Close enough. The
Almost.
cultures are.
Oh, yeah. So Sam Fandrick here under the gun. Lyle is right next to him. Like, remember, he's only got 4 big blinds here, so next hand he's going to be under the gun. After that, he's going to be the big blind. Sam's going to open up here. Ace-3 offsuit. Sam has definitely been noticing how many hands at this final table have just been one pre-flop. We've not seen very many flops at all. He's seen how aggression is paid off, so he makes it 1.3 million with ace-3 offsuit. Now, Jimmy Hadley, like I said, he's a real splasher. He's a crusher. He knows when to get chips in the pot. He's on the button with 4s. He's going to lay it down, though. Didn't like his position. Like I said, there's not very many big blinds enough for him to set mine there, so he was either going to have to make a raise or lay it down. He opted for laying it down. And Josh will fold as well, so pot over to Sam. So Lyle's going to be under the gun here. This hand or the next one, he's pretty much going to have to draw a line in the sand as we close in on the new year.
In our, I was going to say, in our last question to you, what are you going to be doing at midnight?
Frank.
In 6 minutes, folks. 6 minutes until the new year. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your big win. Have a happy new year, and don't spend all that $8,000 tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, don't
We'll be
dump
lucky
it.
if we still have some money in the morning.
Yeah.
There's cash games. Get the
Yes.
cash games.
Right on.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah.
Great tournament.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you.
Yes, all right.
Been awesome,
Yeah,
as
man.
always. Thank you.
Just 5 minutes until the new year begins, folks.
All right, we got some action here now. Jimmy opened it up to 1.3 with ace-10.
Jerry, do you remember my prediction on when the final hand will
Yeah, you said
tonight.
You said midnight.
At the stroke of midnight.
I don't think it's going to happen.
it would be an absolute miracle.
Yeah.
We would need a 5-way all-in.
Yes. I don't think that's going to happen. I could see it happening at 107 though.
It still could be that 107.
Yeah, we're going to do a countdown over live stream. There's a concert?
Is this still going?
They're definitely going to go. They end at 11:30.
Yeah. Wow.
What is going on here?
Looks like Sam, we're going to correct the action here, on the river, he bet 1.1 million and Jimmy moved all in. No, is that right? Yes. He did. Wow, what a move there with third pair for Jimmy.
Wow, he's got removal of the ace. He knows an ace isn't there.
Yep. He's
But
got that blocker.
King and queen are scary, but he's this is him taking the chance that this is the right time to use his chips.
Wow, what a move there by Jimmy.
Unbelievable. And I'm going to bring up a graphic here. It's voluntarily putting your chips in the pot percentage.
There it is.
And to
Jimmy,
prove your
right
point,
up top, exactly.
37% of the time, he is betting all the time.
Yep, I've seen that VPIP. I've seen before on Poker Bros, before on your phone, on that app you can play. There's certain tables, cash game tables, with if your VPIP doesn't reach a certain percentage, like 40% or higher, they kick you off.
40%?
Yes, it's something
Jimmy
ridiculous.
is gone at that rate.
Yes, yeah, no, they kick. I know they kick you off. Maybe it's more like 30, but it's something ridiculously high.
Yeah. Last night we had. I wish I could remember who. One of our our feature table fellas, right as the live stream was ending, VPIP of 2%.
Oh wow!
Was running so cold.
Wow.
I think he played in 2 hands. 2 minutes in counting until the new year, folks. 2 minutes in counting.
Jimmy here is
1
going
minute.
to open under the gun.
Less than 1 minute until the New Year's, ladies and gentlemen. This is the only way to ring in the new year.
1.3 million for Jimmy Hadley.
Our countdown is going to be just when the computer's time turns to midnight. We don't have an official countdown, but it is under 30 seconds, folks. Probably mostly under 30 seconds. I heard the call out there. What's the official 12 midnight, folks? Happy New Year. Bringing it in. Congratulations, we all made it another one.
Happy New Year. Cheers. Happy New Year. Oh, did we all? I don't even know what it is. You didn't have a countdown? Come on, I was counting on you.
I was yelling out essentially the countdown, under 30 seconds. Oh my. Mm-hmm.
And the ballroom is still going nuts from the new year happening. These players are so excited. They just continue to play poker. Lyle Beegler's all in. And Jimmy Hadley called because he held an ace in his hand. This is going to be bad news for Lyle Beegler, who's been hanging around with a short stack for quite some time. And ladies and gentlemen, at the stroke of 12:01, Lyle Beegler is eliminated in 5th place from our Casino State Championship. Lyle will be going home with a very nice chunk of change. An overall great tournament to Lyle. And with that, Henry is now tied, essentially, almost tied with Jimmy in his chip stack. 13 mil, 12 mil. Sam and Josh hanging around at 4.5 and 3.3. So we'll see if Henry and Jimmy can kind of hold on to these larger stacks and try to pick Sam and Josh off one by one, maybe even whittle them down through the blinds. Blinds have gone up. I believe they should have a while ago to 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante. It is extremely expensive, 1.5 million in chips to finance one orbit around the tables. And if you are now just joining us, you are watching live coverage from Spirit Lake Resort and Casino in St. Michael, North Dakota. This is the Casino State Championship, the largest poker tournament in North Dakota history. Players have been battling for 3 days now, over 4 flights, with 1,304 players total from each of those 4 flights. First place again will be taking home $41,300 plus a $10,700 World Series of Poker prize package. Jerry's probably going to go ahead and congratulate our winner. It does look like we might have Lyle on the graphics did not fully get eliminated, it looks like. He will have a chip stack of 2.4, but it is 0. So I think we're just going to get a quick count of the chips. Whatever action we are in, Sam folds. Jimmy folds. Or perhaps that was a muck by Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy will be a dead button. So that was a walk for Jimmy. So just 4 players remain. Who will be your North Dakota Casino State Champion? Will it be the Henry Anderson? Will it be Josh Unruh? Will it be Sam Fandrick or Jimmy Hadley? And I'm just seeing now, I just brought up the live stream on my phone. And I have been pronouncing Josh's name wrong this entire time. But Josh is all in. It is Josh Unruh. I did have a friend with the last name of spelt that way, and it was Unruh. So apologies on that. But Josh Unruh all in with 10-9 suited. Henry Anderson, ace-6 offsuit to make the call. 3.6 to go. Every single one of these decisions is so important. Could be the difference between taking home that massive first place prize or not. Ooh.
He's sitting there looking at it. He's like licking his chops waiting to go for it. Years I was unpresent. Thank you for treating me back. Trying to hear to learn, and here it was spacing out.
Is it Tripwire? I think Tripwire is playing in the casino tonight. I am. I am so ready. Did you know how to pronounce Josh's last name?
It's unruh.
It
like
is.
Unruly.
Yes.
That's what he told me. Ever since he said unruly, then I knew that I was doing it unwrongly before.
Yeah, I got some, saw some chats, Unruh, so.
Yeah. Yep.
Shout out to Derek Long, Ron Olson, Jason Conley, Christine Dolan, and Ann J. Ross Marsden.
Yes, if you are watching this and you are enjoying what you are seeing, make sure you smash that like button.
We are not YouTubers.
Alrighty. But you can go like this.
Oh, yeah. We're going to smash that button right now. It's going to.
There they go.
You know what? Do you know what's better than a like button?
A love button.
Is the love button. That's what I want to see right now, folks.
That's more like it.
You'll see that 15 minutes in the future. We are on a 15-minute delay. Okay, we did not miss anyone getting knocked out. Good.
So we got 5 players now?
4.
4? So Lyle busted in 6th, right?
Lyle busted.
And then
no, Lyle busted in 5th.
5th. Oh, okay.
So Henry, Josh, Sam, and Jimmy, we are down to our final 4.
Henry, Josh, Sammy, and Jimmy? The final 4.
Yeah.
And we're both standing.
We are now both standing. It's the only way to do it. I feel like we're a football or a baseball commentator at this point. So Mr. Unruh, 10-5, suited, all in. We'll see if he gets any action. I don't think he wants it, and he doesn't get it.
He's not here for that action. Now remember, guys, Josh Unruh still has the possibility to win this tournament, which would make him the 2023 Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year, which gets an extra $5,000.
Unbelievable. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, we will see the conclusion of the North Dakota Casino State Championship. See you soon. All right, we are back. Sorry for the extra delay. There's so few players in the tournament, it's tough to see them sneak in to the grounds. Jimmy Hadley, chip leader by a long shot, 51% of the chips. He's got 19 million. Sam Fandrick with 3.5 million and Josh Unruh, both under that 10 big blind metric that you want. Blinds should actually be 400, 800. Is it 400? Perhaps should be 800. I do know once we get down to heads up, the big blind ante is removed. Sam Fandrick, Jimmy raises to 1.7 million. We'll see folds all around the table. Once again, Happy New Year to everyone. Not even just watching, not those in the casino, but everyone around the world, Happy New Year. 2024, can you believe it? Jimmy will scoop in that pot. Once again, as Jerry was saying, Jimmy, very aggressive player, loves to get his chips in there. Currently sitting at a 39% VPIP for those that aren't as familiar with poker terms, and I certainly am one that just learned this one not too long ago. Voluntarily putting chips in the pot. So that is bets and raises. You're voluntarily doing that. Also directly correlates into your aggression frequency. Actually, that's probably when you raise, not just calling. But Jimmy Hadley, 800K to call with King 6. Looks like a fold from him and a fold from Henry. Josh Unruh, 400K to call. Josh will fold. I want to come talk about another local, as in North Dakota, poker tournament. If you are itching and really want to play next, you weren't able to make it this weekend. In just 2 short weekends, go back to the charitable gaming circuit, and RPT and DPT will find themselves at the Harvey Eagles Club in Harvey, North Dakota for a $160 buy-in. That is $150 plus $10 dealer appreciation fee with optional add-ons up to that $300. You will have a 20,000 chip starting stack. Henry Anderson waking up with a very premium hand, four-handed ace-king offsuit. He is reaching for those 100K chips, and he's sliding a massive stack into the center. That's going to be probably a couple million, if not 3. Well, it is just 2 million. Josh, 2 mil to call. Sam, not a good enough hand to call with. Jimmy will also fold. So even now, as we get down to 4-handed, generally just a high card in your hand with no action on the table yet. will be good enough for a raise. I don't think we'll see a whole lot of calling the big blinds. And since sitting down at the final table in total, chips won or lost, Henry Anderson has won a total of 7.4 mil. Jimmy Hadley has added 13.5 mil to his hand. Sam and Josh have lost 4 and 3 million respectively. Do have Jerry back in the booth now. Haven't missed a whole lot.
Okay, still 5 players. Ooh, they're
4.
Getting 4 players. Yeah, that's right. Getting a zoom in on that bracelet.
Just a tease, though.
Just a tease.
Not all the way.
That bracelet's from. There it is.
Oh my goodness.
From Wesley's Jewelry out of Bismarck, North Dakota.
That looks beautiful.
It is a beautiful piece of hardware. They're playing for it. 52 grand up top in this bird.
Is the value of that bracelet added in to the?
It's not.
It's not. So the prize pool gets larger. Jimmy Hadley bets $950 with King 8. Henry to call. He did? He did. What happened?
I believe Jimmy floated him with King High? No. Well,
he might have just called the big blind. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the blinds are correct. 400, 800, 400.
Henry moves all in. Well, obviously Jimmy can't call here with King High.
Henry with the pair of deuces and the flush draw. That's nice. That's real nice. Told you, look at that. 2023
There it
RPT
is.
champion.
Wow. Beautiful piece of hardware there. I can't wait to crown our champion here.
So as I was saying, in 2 weeks, we'll be in Harvey. Estimated $7,000 for first place. It's based off of last year's numbers.
Yep.
Generally, very good turnout. For
Last year also from Mott, North Dakota, just like Lance Olson, Chad Kelsch from Mott, North Dakota, won that tournament for 7 Gs. It's always our kickoff event. It's our season premiere, brand new 2024 season, and we do have a couple big announcements we are saving for that Harvey Eagles Club event.
Wow.
So we will see you guys there for the start of a brand new season. This year in 2023, Rough Rider Poker Tour awarded over $2.5 million to our players on the year.
Wow.
Next year, we're estimating to go over $3 million.
Your pinky just went to your face. Henry Anderson waking up with aces.
Wow. Look
What's
at this,
gonna
guys.
happen?
I want to see what he's going to do. The first thing he's going to do is cap his cards, okay? 2 aces here.
Still stacking chips from the previous hand one. And the line has always been, you don't just call the big blind.
Right.
You raise.
Yep. At a full table, sometimes, early position, limping with aces, not a horrible play because you got so many players to act behind you that can open the pot. But four-handed like this,
You just treat it like another good
yes,
starting hand.
Exactly. You should be opening with aces, and it's exactly what he's going to do.
You can't
Wow,
just
a
shove.
huge open here. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Something's happened. Something's.
Why is he holding his chips that way?
I don't know.
What does Josh have?
I don't know. I can't see it.
10 queen offsuit. Henry might hit. it just hasn't been rescanned or something. Henry might not have aces, but Josh is all in.
Oh my gosh.
He does have aces. The look on Josh's face looks disgusted. Oh, you hate to run into aces in this situation.
Oh my gosh.
We have action.
Got 6 outs. He's got a 9 or an ace he can hit. Obviously, Henry's holding 2 aces in his hand, so it's going to be hard to catch one of those. 6 on the turn. He needs a 9. He needs an ace. He's got 6 outs on the river. Can Josh do it? Jack on the river.
Oh.
Wow. Aces for Henry hold up to bust Josh Unruh in 4th place. That close to being your 2023 Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year if he won this tournament. Still a fantastic run for Josh.
Yeah, Josh is still has to be, after he gets over losing right there, he has got to be so happy with his performance here today. Outlasting over 1,300 players over 4 flights is a huge feat. We are seeing the best 3 and 4, well, the best 9 players, if you will, to come out on top this weekend. And Henry Anderson just charging. He has been on the right side of all these pots, looking at 2nd place in chips right now. Sam Fandrick in 3rd place. He's in last right now with just 3.5 mil. He's scared. He's got to be scared. He's going up against 2 monster stacks.
So with that knockout there, Josh busting in 4th, it is official. Your 2023 Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year from Devils Lake, North Dakota is Duff DeSith. He's going to get a $5,000 check from Rough Rider Poker Tour for being the Player of the Year.
Wow. $5,000. And that was a popularity vote, right? It wasn't. No, he won a lot. He won a lot of or a few
Over
tournaments.
40 grand this year. Duff did.
Jimmy pocket 8s raises to 3 million. Henry will fold. Sam will most likely fold too. 40,000 he's won.
Over 40,000 this year. Well, we just had the Dream Chaser here last month, $1,000 buy-in. First place just in that tournament alone was 40 grand.
Sam just went all in. Against the 8s. We have a call.
Oh my goodness. Sam has 5-3. Flop comes
3.
Queen Jack 3.
Needs a 5 or a 3.
Turn is a 10. He needs a 5. He needs a 3. He's got 5 outs on the river to steal it from Jimmy. 6 on the river.
Sam Fandrick eliminated in 3rd place. And just like that, folks, we are heads up. Wow. That is the one thing about poker that always is exciting, is it could lull you for an hour or more, and then all of a sudden, players are being knocked out left and right. We are currently looking at one of the casino state champions. Jerry has to quickly run out for a floor call. Jerry pulling quadruple duties all over the place. Jimmy just with an absolute mound of chips in front of him. Wow, folks, this has been so exciting of a final table. You couldn't ask for anything more. Woo-wee! This is one hell of a way to ring in the new year. I would imagine we're going to be coloring up some of these 25K chips because it is getting impossibly hard to bet them, especially when we are only the blinds are at such round numbers. So there we see Jerry doing his duties as tournament director. We will be coloring up the maroon chips. Should just take a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, folks. And this live stream broadcast will be going to Vegas, Viva Las Vegas, next weekend. Next weekend we'll be there for the Free Poker Network National Championship at the Golden Nugget Casino. We've been going there for many years now. And this is the 100K guarantee promotion. Going to have players coming from all over the country vying for their chance at a piece of the pie there. Yes, the FPN Vegas 100K World Championship. We can say world because I believe the league has expanded to Canada. If you want to get in on the FPN, the Free Poker Network, into the family and be able to play in Vegas, there are bar leagues located around the country. Go to freepokernetwork.com to look up a list of states and potential cities and bars that you can play in. It is a free-to-play league. So it is, in theory, players can free roll their way all the way to being a FPN national champion. Another little cohesion between FPN and DPT. The Dakota Poker Tour is on the DPT circuit. You can win buy-ins. You can win buy-ins. Buy-ins are offered if you win certain league nights leading up to certain tournaments. So if you are in the area, often these buy-ins are offered to Minnesota, South Dakota, and North Dakota participating bars. So feel free to look up any one of those participating locations. Go ahead and drive down there. See if we're giving away a seat that day. So Vegas next weekend, then the live stream broadcast is going straight back to Harvey, North Dakota for another RPT DPT co-sponsored event. It's going to be a $160 buy-in for a 20K starting stack. Optional add-ons. And then if you just can't get enough poker, I believe the following weekend after Harvey, if I'm doing my math right, no, 2 weekends later, the last weekend in January, Friday, January 26th to the 28th, is a Winter Classic Championship. This will be a Rough Rider Poker Tour event. It's going to be at the Spot Pool and Billiard Hall in Minot, North Dakota. Starting on Friday, January 26th, kickoff tournament, $100 plus 10 for 15K in chips. Cards in the air at 6 p.m. Saturday, January 27th, main event deep stack starting at 11 a.m., $300 plus 20 for 60K in chips. Another estimated prize pool there of $7,000. It's be a trophy event. And then to round off the weekend, Sunday, January 28th, Starting at noon, another deep stack with optional add-ons, $100 for 20K in chips. Looks like I'm just reading below that schedule. Saturday, January 26th is an added event. Cards there at 6 p.m. for a black chip bounty, $300. Yeah, you bust from the deep stack, go into the black chip bounty at 6 p.m., $300 event, and the bounties are worth $100 a piece. You'll get a 40K starting stack. And thank you for cleaning up those chip stacks. My God.
Absolutely. That was hard work.
It looked like it. So we have a new chip entering the arena. It looked like to be yellow. What is that worth?
$500,000.
Woo! Yeah, there it is. Someone's going to be winning that bracelet here tonight. Either Henry or Jimmy. It could happen at any moment. So we're going to see how these two players decide to go at each other. Are they going to methodically dissect each other? Or are they just, is it time to shove all in and let the cards fall where they may?
Well, as we saw earlier, Jimmy's VPIP was very high.
He's at 39% now. Henry Anderson, 26%.
So I do not think Jimmy is going to change his play at all. He's still going to be playing aggressive when we get heads up.
So Henry looks like he's raising.
Suited king on the button.
Heads up, that's a great hand.
Yep. Oh, and Jimmy's got the house hand, guys. He's got 10-7, if you can believe it.
He understands the assignment. If he wins on 10-7.
Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine? Flop comes 5, 8, 9, 2 diamonds. Oh, my gosh. Henry has a flush draw. Jimmy's got an open ender. He's going to lead out.
Wow, this is a dream flop for both players.
Here we go.
For not spiking anything.
$1.7 million to Henry.
Call.
Henry's got an over and a flush draw. I do think Henry's going to raise him here. He raised on the button. He flopped a flush draw. It looks like he's cutting out some calling chips here, but I'm not. Yeah.
Just
like
a call.
Yes.
We'll see. He hasn't put it in yet.
Yep.
Henry just looks so comfortable.
He
right now. There it
does
is.
jam. He raises.
To the tune of. It's going to be in that 4 or 5 million, I think. My eyes are not deceiving me.
5.2 million, so 3.5 here for Jimmy to call. Oh my goodness. He's got 10-7. Little does he know if he hits a 6 or a jack and it's a diamond, it would be no good.
Is he shoving?
I don't know, Brian.
He calls.
Wow. Monster pot here right out the gates.
Wow, this pot is worth 14 million. And I'm really happy we are seeing a turn. I hear a storm is brewing outside, but the real storm is brewing right here on the felt. A 4 on the turn. No help to either player.
This turn will be very interesting. I could see it going check, check. I could see it going check, bet. I could see Jimmy deciding to lead.
Interesting.
He checks. Now it's on Henry. 14 million in the middle. He's only got 9 behind. I would not blame him if he just jammed here. Not at all. It's 14 million in the pot. This is the biggest pot of the tournament. If he checks here,
we're going to see a river.
I think he moved all in. I think he did.
He moved all in.
He did move all in. He moved all in. Jimmy cannot call with just a dry 10 high here. He's got an open ender, but he cannot call.
He can't. There's no way, right?
I mean, if he's trying to win the tournament with 10-7, though,
then he would have to call.
He would have to call, but he will lay it down. Unbelievable.
Wow. And Henry Anderson will take a commanding chip lead, $23 million to Jimmy's 13. Wow, so folks, we have seen just an incredible final table. You could not ask for anything more considering the circumstances. So we will move on to another hand. Jimmy will fold. Still sitting comfortable-ish, considering the blind levels. So a big chunk taken from Jimmy. We might see, depending on the cards, it very well could be a short time of a lull. We might also see absolute fireworks. My call of the tournament being won at midnight has long passed, 51 minutes ago. Jerry's call of the tournament ending at 1:07, still very much alive. Let's have people comment, if you will, what you think the winning hand will be and who your favorite to win is. If you just can't decide because you love both of these players, just say, I love both of these players in the comments. It's just that simple. Henry will call the big blind. Jimmy will check. We will see a flop. 3, king, queen, rainbow. Henry's still in the lead. We'll see check, check. Turn is a 5. Jimmy checks. Gives Henry the green light to go ahead and bet. I think it's 1 million. Jimmy sizing up a call because he gets a 5. He pairs his 5 on the turn. Just noticing that now. He's going to raise 2.4 or 5. Raises to 2.4. It is now up to Henry to decide what he wants to do. Jimmy could get a decent amount of his chips back. And Henry will fold. So Jimmy getting some of those chips back that he just lost. This is exactly what you want to see from a final table. 2 players battling it out, chips exchanging hands. We'll call them what they are, gladiators on the felt. Want to thank the near couple hundred viewers, and I am seeing chips going out on the table. Looks like a hand has started. Jimmy raises to 2.3 million with ace queen suited. Henry Anderson king 10 unsuited, 1.5 mil to call. He'll either be making the call, and he will. He'll just make the call. So we will see a flop. 2 very premium hands, especially heads up. 4 deuce 4 Very dry board. First one to bet, maybe the first one to win this pot. Henry checks. Door open for Jimmy. $2.4 maybe? $2.7 million to call for Henry, and he will make the fold. Jimmy inching his way back, and the chip stacks are almost even. Jimmy just $2 million behind Henry now. Our gallery is starting to heat up. People starting to get a little bit more excited as the New Year's juice flows through their systems. Players have been battling since Thursday, all culminating into our final table of the Casino State Championship today. There's a nice shot of our gallery itching with excitement. You couldn't ask for a better crowd. Jerry just got back.
Boy, do I honor.
Pocket threes for Henry, and what you missed, Jimmy fighting his way back to almost even chip stack. Wow. Jimmy raises with 7-6 suited. Henry pocket threes. Henry's all in. Jerry thinks there's no way Jimmy calls. If we were just saying Henry will scoop that pot, we were just saying the ending time of 1:07 is very much in play.
Could you imagine if the winner wins it with 10-7 at 107? And winning a $10,700 WSOP
I
main
would
event
take
package?
107 shots if that came true.
Jesus, he's hammered. Wow.
Jimmy Hadley, ace-king suited. Are we going to see a shove here?
Oh, my. No, he's not going to shove. He's going to open. Oh.
Jimmy struggling to pull chips in the center.
There, he does open to...
They're not even chips. It's plaques. Slabs.
$2.9 million.
And unfortunately, we probably won't see anything from Henry here.
I don't. You never know. I mean, he's going to fold, yeah. But Henry has been playing very aggressive, very unorthodox from what I've seen, and I wouldn't have been surprised if he decided to defend. I wouldn't be surprised if he re-raised all in there, honestly.
I have heard him referred to as the wild stallion of the Felts.
Is that true? Or you just literally made that up right now? Which one did you...
I'd never heard that before.
Exactly. Yes.
He very well could be, though. If he would have raised all in there, that would have earned him the name. Probably about 50% of the things I come up with are very untrue.
50%. Wow.
Yeah, that's higher than Jimmy's VPIP right now, though, which you can't really consider VPIP on a final table. Heads up. Henry calls. Jimmy with the option. We'll see a flop.
Henry's got the mystery hand right now. He's
There
got
he
Jack
is.
7. There
Okay.
it is.
Henry sitting slightly askew from where his chips should be read. Queen 6 King on the flop. We'll see a check to the turn. 8 on the turn of clubs. Jimmy, 14 outs. That is one card more than 25% of the deck. Your blind levels don't even go up that high. It's the Saturday qualifier. Okay, never mind. All right, Jerry, we're gonna do a little experiment. We're going to leave something hidden in this room in plain sight. And this room is a time capsule into next year. We're going to leave ourselves a gift for this tournament next year.
Okay.
Because we just found a sheet of paper from the last time you were in here. Still sitting.
Right here. Yes.
Henry Flush Draw.
That's what they call him where he plays from. Henry Flush Draw.
Henry Flush Draw. Henry will check. Jimmy will lead out.
We're going to see some action here. There's 0% chance Henry's folding.
2.3 maybe.
It is a huge bet, but it is only 3 big blinds.
1.6.
He bet 1.6. Yes, there it is. Henry
Henry's
moved
on.
all in. This is what I'm saying, that like Jimmy gets heads up here. He's an aggro player. He loves to put chips in the pot, and he's met a guy who is just as maniacal as him, in Henry Anderson. He will fold, and Henry will scoop that pot. I've been very impressed with both players' play. I mean, Jimmy I've known for a long time. He's an absolute crusher, but I've been very impressed with Henry's play as well.
Yeah, Henry battling back up to 25 million chips. Jimmy under half with 11.2, sitting right about where he was before after losing that massive pot just about who knows how long ago. And for our second countdown tonight, 5 minutes left until Jerry's prediction of 1:07 a.m. Which is crazy. We were down to 3 tables at about 5 p.m. Imagine just the grueling aspect of 6 hours later, 7, 8. Is that 9 hours later?
Yes.
What?
Yes. This has been an incredible grind, incredible tournament for these players. From 1,304 down to 2. Largest poker tournament in the history of the state of North Dakota. If you are still awake watching this live stream, we are going to crown your champion here shortly.
Henry calls the 400K to the option for Jimmy, who's waking up with big, slick, suited. He is definitely raising here. And there's Henry's son.
He's going to have himself another sip of that Coors Light.
And he has been Henry's #1 cheerleader here tonight with every scoop of the pot. Henry's son ecstatic, letting the world know he's very proud of his father tonight. My arm is cramping up. That is how much I've dealt this weekend. That's insane.
Yeah.
I have found a whole newfound respect for all the dealers because they're on the felts weekend in and weekend out.
Exactly. Yeah.
For all of the poker tours.
And I'm sure you felt it, like when you get into a rhythm and you keep going, how you enjoy it. You know,
It
like
really was
do.
enjoyable. It was
Yeah.
almost it was therapeutic.
I was going to say cathartic, but you know, that's pretty much the same thing.
Also, yeah, cathartic, yes. I have zero stress anymore. I had a ton coming into this weekend, but throwing cards at people has been...
You were throwing them at people?
Like a ninja.
Pitching them. There we go.
Okay, Jimmy, pocket or pair of fours. Jimmy's going to need to find a way to claw back to that even chip point.
Closing in on 107.
2 minutes left, folks. Less than. And we have a hand right now, depending on what those cards are. 10-3. So close. We have not seen Jimmy's hand yet. Jack 9. Scoop up the blinds there. 1:06 a.m., less than 1 minute left. And that is what these players are playing for right there. A bracelet. And so much more.
So much
Tell 'em about it,
cash
Jerry.
at grabs. 41,300 and a $10,700 WSOP main event seat on top of that is what first place is getting. Second place is getting 21,000 and change. So they're literally playing heads up here for 30 grand.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
That is literally life-changing money, and it is 1:07 a.m. right now. Oh my goodness.
If that queen was an ace, this
Hen-
would all be over.
Henry flops bottom two pair here. He's going to check. He's going to try to give Jimmy some rope.
That is going to give Jimmy some rope. He's going to bet.
Jimmy's
He's going to cripple him some more here.
going to bet 900K. If Henry raises here,
He's going to go all in.
goes all in or raises, it will get rid of Jimmy.
Come on, Henry.
Wow, he just calls. I love it.
Wow.
He's disguising his hand here. 4 on the turn. He's got a full house now. He is going to check here again. If he's going to smooth call there in the flop, he is going to check this turn and try to give Jimmy the rope again to see what happens here.
I think he has Jimmy perplexed.
He does check.
And check back.
Jimmy checks as well. I think he's essentially waving the white flag. But Jimmy hits some showdown value. He hits an offsuit 8. Ace kicker now. 8s and 4s, ace kicker.
Don't do it, Jimmy.
Henry might be getting paid off here at the river.
I thought the stream froze for a second, but these players just statues.
So Henry bets out. I believe it's 3 million, I want to say. Let me see. 3.5 million. Jimmy calls! He did get paid off. That 8, what a miracle card.
Wow.
Henry
look at
tables
the
and
biggest
bonus.
fan. Let's go. Blow it, young son.
Wow.
Patrick Wingard in there as well.
Oh my gosh. What a river there to get Henry paid off. He literally could not have played that hand any better.
I think this is just beautiful raw emotion. His son is just so genuinely happy and proud of his dad right now. #1 fan. I was actually dealing for his son in the last chance tournament, and he just got up and left the table on a number of occasions when you were calling Henry all in, and he wouldn't come back.
Wouldn't come back?
Until the hand concluded. He missed a few hands because he knew something special is in the air tonight. Little Phil Collins special.
Oh, I love that song.
Yeah.
Get a new dealer here.
And this is something I always bring up with dealing on this feature table. Is it's a small difference, but the cards, are slightly thicker and slightly more rigid than the average playing card. When you are dealing those hands over and over.
Have you dealt the stream before?
I've never dealt on the stream before.
But you've shuffled the cards.
I've shuffled the cards, and it is just enough harder that over time, carpal tunnel might set in. Maybe you're at a higher risk at the end of the day. So doing your hand and finger calisthenics is very important.
Do you do those?
No.
Hand and finger
No, it's not
calisthenics?
YouTube. I watched it on YouTube once, just in preparation in case my hands and fingers ever did get to this state. Henry Anderson, King 7 offsuit. Oh, Jimmy's all in. 7.1 to call for Henry, and Henry will have him beat. He does fold though. Wow.
Wow. It could have been the end of the tournament there.
All right, and we continue here. Jimmy just under 9 million in chips. Henry commanding chip lead, almost 28 million chips. This has been just, an incredible weekend. Historic with the largest prize pool ever.
One of my dealers, Grant Groshy, told me this was the best weekend of his life.
Jeez.
Yes. He wasn't joking either.
That's
shout out Grant Groceries. We call him Grant Groceries. Or best weekend of his life. He only worked for like 50 hours straight. He worked, folks, for 50 hours straight. Best weekend of his life.
What is the Spirit Lake Casino where we're at? What's their little tagline on their website? Where memories are made? I'm pretty sure.
Well, we're making memories here, that's for sure. Making memories. And these players are taking in the cash. 52 G's for this winner. Right now, Henry has a commanding lead. Jimmy here has 2 pair, but Henry has nothing.
It's Spirit Lake Casino. Great stories start here.
That was pretty close with what you said before.
It was close enough.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. Great stories start here.
And they also end here.
Such as on this final table.
Because they have hotel rooms here, so it ends here when you go to bed.
Yes. Jimmy just bets $1 million. Trying to just chip away at Henry's. Is that a raise? Henry raised to 4?
Oh my gosh.
Sensing weakness.
Jimmy's going to call here. There's no way he's folding a queen.
He might shove.
No. His 5 is irrelevant here. No way he's shoving. I'll put my house on.
He's got 3 pair though. Why
Yes,
wouldn't you
I know.
shove?
I'll put my house on it. He's not shoving here, and he's calling. He's not folding a queen. Yes, and he calls. What a hand there for Jimmy Hadley. He left him just enough rope to make a move, guys. That's going to even things out even more and open the door.
Floor! I think there's a floor call for
There's
you.
not.
There is definitely not.
His last chance tournament was over.
Wow, so Jimmy Hadley just sticking around in that dangerous chip stack range. Not low enough where he has to go all in, and still high enough where if he doubled up through Henry, the tables would turn.
So, Brian, you've been talking about how great of a weekend you've had, how much fun you've had, how much of time you enjoyed. So can we expect you back here next year, Brian?
You can probably expect me back.
I don't know
next
where
year.
you'd rather be for New Year's. Don't know where. Raina will be here as well.
She will.
She will be taking pictures. She'll be getting paid. She'll be working.
Perfect.
So let's put it all together.
Let's put it on the calendar now.
Pieces of the puzzle coming together. Like I told you earlier, 10 months ago, I called Paul Jane.
To get him out here.
I let him know. I said, hey, Paul, I got some big plans in store for New Year's this year. Spirit Lake Casino. And I told him I'm going to need him there. You know what Paul said?
That these both players just flop jacks on the
Not quite,
flop.
but he said he was going to be there. And he showed up without a doubt. We do have action here. Second pair for both players. They both have measly kickers. So we'll see what happens here. As you can see, it's very rare that both players flop a pair even heads up, and they both flop the same pair, even more rare. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
And they both have very weak
This
kickers.
could be a chop a lot of the times.
4,
Oh
okay.
my gosh. Now Jimmy has the jack high flush draw. Henry has an inferior 3 high flush draw to boot. Henry checks. I do not expect Jimmy to be checking here with second pair and the third nut flush draw. Yeah, he is not checking. Looks like 2 mil, maybe 1.5 he fires.
Do you know much about Henry's past with final tables?
I know nothing.
Well, that's where that conversation ends. But I wanted to know, it does look like Henry is very comfortable in this position. He's not freaking out.
He calls the river.
Ace of hearts. This will be a chop pot should the players both go take it down.
It'll be
to
very
showdown.
interesting. Henry checks. Jimmy checks. They are going to chop it.
Jimmy checks corn.
Yes, they are going to chop it. Arlie Branville just popped in here.
And then just left.
And then he dipped out faster than you can say Massachusetts.
Ah, so Paul Jane was on the stream tonight. On the final table, he was one of 3 Hall of Fame inductees. One of 5 Hall of Fame inductees. I was not. Were there tears? Well, put the headset on and tell the people about it.
Yeah, we had the Hall of Fame ceremony this morning. It was amazing. We had the first 5 inductees to the Rough Rider Poker Tour Hall of Fame. We're going to release some photos on Facebook tomorrow. But the first 5 inductees were Steve Singer from Jamestown, North Dakota. Been playing on the Rough Rider Poker Tour for years. He was on the top 5 of the leaderboard for a decade straight, I want to say. He's known to have won more Rough Rider Poker Tour plaques than any player in history, 25-plus plaques. Then we had Paul Jane, who was your second Hall of Fame inductee. Then Arlie Brandvold.
Who just stopped in here.
He just stopped in
we
here.
were in the presence of
greatness.
Of greatness, yes.
Then Greg Pesa, who's only one of 2 players to have a Rough Rider Poker Tour Player of the Year under his belt and have an RPT main event bracelet under his belt.
Wow.
Only one of 2 in RPT history. And then your 5th inductee was the founder of Rough Rider Poker Tour, Eric Nordstrom. Yes, Nordy. Yes. Yep. Founded in 03-04. And it was an amazing ceremony. There were tears from multiple people.
Crocodile tears.
One of my dealers told me that they were actually tearing up while they were getting ready to deal for it. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That is just how deep the bloodlines run.
And we actually we put out an award right before the ceremony. We put out an award for the Breakout Dealer of the Year.
Dealer
of the Year.
What?
Breakout Dealer of the Year.
Who broke out?
Well, now this will probably be.
This isn't about acne, right?
No.
Okay.
See, Breakout Dealer of the Year was Jason the Hammer Hamilton. Now, the award went over so well that we'll probably do one every year for the Breakout Dealer of the Year.
What makes someone break out as a dealer?
You know, going above and beyond your expectations of what you're asked for is really what it means. That you're breaking out of the mold, that you're showing that you're worth more, and that you put forth 107% of your effort.
Ah, I see what you did there. So that's not just shuffling the cards.
No.
And
it's
throwing
much
their
more.
way.
It's much more.
Being involved with running the
It wasn't
tournament.
best dealer of the year because Hammer's not that guy. But anyway, we'll keep on moving along here.
Yeah, Jimmy Hadley King 10 suited versus Henry's King 7 offsuit.
First small 7 of the year. That was Arlie.
So here we're experiencing a little bit of a lull between Henry and Jimmy. They are, Jimmy has clawed his way back to just 1 million shy. So basically dead even. And it is time for that final table stretch. Everybody get on your feet. We're going to do some standing up, some twisting, no shouting. Get the blood pumping through those veins. Do not sleep. This is not something you're going to want to sleep through. Jimmy Hadley, ace-3 suited now. Against Henry Anderson's Jack 10. Jack 10 could be considered a very nice hand, heads up. Looks like he will make the call after a Jimmy raise to 2.3 mil. And we will see a flop, heads up. Ace, 8, 4. Only Jimmy gets a piece of that flop. We'll see a check to the turn. Oh, and a jack on the turn. Both players have a nice slice of that pie. Henry will check, opening the door to Jimmy to bet. It's going to look like 2.3 mil. To call for Henry with second pair, good kicker. Was check on the flop, so weakness showing from both players, but now Henry reaching for chips. We might see the tides turn here, folks. But we won't, because that massive chip stack is just 2.3 million. 9.2 mil in the pot. We will see a river. Is a king of hearts. Jimmy does have the check mark with top pair. Jimmy will be second to act. Henry checks. I would say Jimmy would check here, but he is an aggressive player, as he has proven, throwing out a bet of 4.2 million. Henry calls. Disgusted with the call. Jimmy does have the ace. Jimmy now in the commanding lead with 27 million. Henry for the first time down on the chip count with just 10 million left in his stack.
Wow, what a chain of events. Henry's going to have 9 big blinds now. Blinds are 500K and $1 million.
What?
Business is about to pick up. The big blind is 1 million.
Wow. We are burning the midnight oil here on the final table. And everything you could ask for in the largest poker tournament in North Dakota history here at Spirit Lake Casino in St. Michael, North Dakota. There's going to be tons of highlight reel material after tonight.
Just
Jimmy's all in.
Boatload of them. Jimmy moves all in with 6s. Henry folds. Wow.
All right.
Could have been it right there too. I mean, obviously if he would have called, it would have been the crucial pot there. If Henry saw that he had 2 6s, he might have made the call.
Or he might not have.
Never mind.
Yeah, I heard it. So we're still going here at 1:30 in the morning, waiting to crown your 2023 Rough Rider Poker Tour Casino State Champion.
Ace King for Jim.
ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our winner, Jimmy Hadley. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels pretty good.
What's the Kings are a nice hand, you said? Describe the moment you felt being dealt pocket Kings heads up against a very formidable opponent in Henry.
Well, it's good I could trap him with an ace anyhow, so got lucky there, So.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys battled for so long. Just describe Henry as an opponent for me.
He's a pretty solid player, so had me on the ropes a couple times there. It's like the 4-7 kind of made me cringe, but it was well played, so he was a good opponent, yeah.
Yeah, so very good job to Henry as well. Jimmy, you are a much richer man tonight, $41,300 plus a $10,700 World Series of Poker prize package. Apart from attending the World Series of Poker this year, it is the new year now. What are you going to do with your winnings?
Not quite sure. We'll see. Probably play some more poker.
We'll play some more poker. And Jerry, do you have any questions for our winner?
Jimmy, is it true that you make your own shoes?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, they're
Yes, he does make his own shoes, guys.
We need to see them on
Stream, yes. 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 Like I said before, Jimmy, it was a pleasure watching you play. Your VPIP was only rising with every player that was eliminated, watching you put chips into the pot, watching you stack opponents. Henry was a great player to get heads up with you. I thought you guys put on a terrific performance. So thank you for letting us watch you play poker.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us here at the Casino State Championship. A historical night in so many ways. 5 inductees into the Rough Rider Poker Tour Hall of Fame. A new crowned champion of the largest tournament in history. Thank you for tuning in. Have a happy new year. We'll see you all next year for the next state championship.